It's a beautiful day for baseball. And live from Miller Park in Milwaukee, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Milwaukee Brewers in Game 2 of this three-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser. Joe Davis is on assignment this weekend. Dodgers back in first place after both Colorado and Arizona last night. The Dodger lead a half a game in the National League West, but really that's burying the lead. Last night we saw history here in Milwaukee, a National League record of 26 strikeouts thrown by Dodger pitching, 42 over the course of the 12-inning game.
Led off by Clayton Kershaw. He got off to a little of a bumpy start, first and second, no out, but then got right into the strikeout form, striking out a couple to finish that first inning, then two more in the second. That was his 2000th. And then the rest of the Dodger pitchers picked up after Clayton, Grant Dayton, Pedro Baez, and of course Kenley Jansen with 4 at the end of the game to set that record. A propensity to strike out on the Milwaukee side, but the Dodger pitchers are awfully good too.
Jansen now 39 strikeouts and no walks this year. It's going to be Rich Hill this afternoon, making his 6th start of the season, seeing if he can pick up the strikeout baton, facing Matt Garza and the Brewers back with the lineups right after this.
Has been there the majority of the time, not in the starting lineup. Hello, everybody, and welcome inside Miller Park. I'm Alana Rizzo. Logan Forsythe apparently dealing with a right groin, right hip flexor issue. Dave Roberts did say that he is available off of the bench, expected to be in the starting lineup tomorrow. As far as Franklin Gutierrez, also available off of the bench. Good numbers against Matt Garza. 8 for 16, a 500 average. Dave Roberts saying that he feels it's better that he's off the bench today. Doesn't like that small sample size, guys.
Kike Hernandez has started at every position except behind the plate and at first base. And now a look at this afternoon's starting lineup is put together by Dave Roberts. We'll begin with Utley, Seager, and Grandal. Adrian Gonzalez historically has hit very well at Miller Park. Bellinger, the home run hitting hero last night. Taylor in center. Kike at third base. Yasiel Puig, who made his Dodger debut 4 years ago today. Rich Hill pitching and batting ninth, facing 33-year-old right-hander Matt Garza.
Fastball, curveball change. Matt Garza doesn't throw his breaking stuff, his off-speed stuff for strikes very much. It's pretty much 50-50. So, and also he won't back up his fastball with his fastball very much. So he likes to throw a completely different pitch, one after another. And with Father's Day a couple weeks away, he and his wife Serena, he is the father of 6. So that will be a big day for him coming up. But a young man that's 33 years old, looking for another contract. This is the last year of his deal.
Garza came up with the Twins in 2006, then on to the Rays and the Cubs, the Rangers and the Brewers. Closed captioning today brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. So the Dodgers begin the day at 34-22. This time a year ago, they were 29-27 and trailing the Giants by 5.5. But on this Saturday afternoon in Milwaukee, at the standings, looking at the standings, the Dodgers a half a game in front of the Diamondbacks and the Rockies, both of whom lost last night. The Brewers have lost 7 of their last 11 on the year. They're 29-26, a game and a half in front of the Cardinals. You're looking at Cody Bellinger. Bellinger, of course, last night, the rocket home run that he hit in the 12th inning, the game winner, as the Dodgers beat the Brewers 2-1. The Dodgers this year in one-run games 5-8 and 4-2 in extra innings. And Cody Bellinger with a dozen home runs and 30 runs batted in. Well, we're getting ready to play. It rained considerably this morning. Clouds are mercifully breaking up. The roof is open and we are ready to play. It's going to be Utley and Seager and Grandal. Chase last night was 0 for 5 in a ballpark where historically he has done very well. In his career at Miller Park, he's hit .350, but last night he would take the column. So here's Matt Garza making his 8th start of the year. In his last start, he lost to the Mets on Monday in New York, and he delivers a strike. It's 0-1. Utley on the year, 3 home runs and 15 runs batted in.
This is a day and a time of the game that the hitters will hope that the cloud cover stays around. Not rain, but an odd configuration for sunlight to come into this ballpark.
Utley to the right side. Backhanded stab by Aguilar. An underhanded toss to Garza, and we're underway.
The overcast skies, Charlie, are making the visibility for the hitters really good. But if that sun peaks out, there's going to be a lot of shadows to deal with, and it'll favor the pitcher.
As if the pitcher after last night doesn't have enough of an advantage. Well, we saw history last night. 26 strikeouts thrown by Dodger pitching. And the two teams combined for 42 strikeouts. Clayton Kershaw with 14 strikeouts and just 1 walk. Now here's Corey Seager at .278, 7 home runs and 24 runs last night, or at 24 runs batted in last night. He was 1 out of 5, and he takes low and inside. One ball, no strike.
You talked about the record night last night with all the strikeouts, and on social media, a lot of people are asking why were the balls being rolled back to the Dodger dugout. Well, the Major League Baseball authenticator was on the Dodger side. So if any pitch was thrown by Clayton Kershaw that ended in a strikeout, to authenticate those balls, that's why you saw a lot of balls going to the visiting side and not to the home side, where balls that get taken out of play usually go.
Now Seager facing a shift, takes low and outside, and it's 2-1. Those kinds of thoughts years ago didn't exist.
The ball's got to get a sticker.
The memorabilia business. 2-1, Grandal on deck. Seager takes high and inside. 3-1. So we saw history last night. Kershaw, Baez, Dayton, and Jansen combining for 26 strikeouts. And how about Kenley? 39 strikeouts and no walks.
Surpassing Adam Wainwright to start a season as far as number of strikeouts before you walk a batter, and he has not walked anyone yet.
In 1893, they determined that the pitcher's mound to the plate would be 60 feet 6 inches. Nobody has done what Jansen did or has done to this point in the season. Begin a year with 39 strikeouts and no walks. Seager takes high and away. Matt Garza on the year, 41 innings, and that was just his 9th walk. Well, here's Yasmani Grandal. He rocketed a home run in the 9th inning of Corey Knebel. That would enable the Dodgers to take it to extra innings and set the stage for Bellinger. For Grandal, his 6th home run of the year, 5 from the left-hand side of the plate. Put down to first base, and Seager is back with a head-first slide.
And Grandal's home run not only tied the game, but gave Cody Bellinger a chance to change the narrative on his day. He had 3 strikeouts swinging, an intentional walk, and that would have been the end of his day. But because of Grandal's home run, got an opportunity in the 12th to win it, and did.
Last Sunday, Bellinger hit a home run on a day in which he also struck out 3 times. As Grandal fouls it back, and it's 1-1.
Kirk Gibson used to say when he'd come back to the bench after a strikeout early in the game, he'd say, "He got me now, but I'm going to make him pay later." And that's the kind of attitude that Cody continues to carry. He doesn't cut down on his swing. He just waits for a time when he's going to make solid contact, and he usually hits it a long way.
So here's Grandal. He's got 14 doubles. Dodgers lead the majors in doubles. And it's popped up right side of the infield. That's Jonathan VR. And that's the 2nd out of the inning. Well, the sun's now beginning to peek through that you were talking about, Coral.
And it makes the vision different for the hitter, that's for sure. And you go from the shade that you're sitting in, and standing in, and looking out into the sunshine, and then the batter's eye is back in the shadow, so the pupils have to adjust very quickly to the ball. Fortunately for the hitter, it's not passing from sunlight to shade. That's the worst kind.
Now Adrian Gonzalez in his career .418 at Miller Park. A little chopper up the third base line. It's going to roll foul. Gonzalez at .262 has 1 home run. He's played 64 games here at Miller Park. 13 home runs, 46 runs batted in. Well, this has always been a hitter-friendly park. Gonzalez on 0-1, lines one into center field for a base hit. Seager rounding second, on his way to third as the ball rolls to the wall. Seager will score, and here are the Dodgers doubling their pleasure for Adrian Gonzalez, his 11th 2-base hit of the year, his 21st run batted in, and the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead.
Took the Dodgers 9 innings yesterday to score their first run. They tied it at 1-1, and this ball scoots up the gap for Adrian Gonzalez. Little top spin line drive, and Corey Seager off and running with 2 outs, waiting to see what Chris Woodward says. And Chris says, take it on home, big fella.
For the Dodgers, that was their 113th double. And they take a 1-0 lead, and here is Cody Bellinger. Bellinger 12 and 30. Breaking ball high, 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Taylor on deck. Dodgers this year, they're 34 and 22, but when they score first, they're 23 and 7. Gonzalez leads from second, and Bellinger whacks it foul up the first base line. Last night in the 12th.
Well, a high fastball that Cody does not get under. Kept the backside high. A lot of times with his great uppercut swing, he can collapse that backside, put smiles on everybody's faces, including the guy that had 2,000 strikeouts and took the total up to 2,010 by the end of his night.
So Bellinger hit his 12th in the 12th. Gonzalez leads from second. Deep down the right field line, but foul. Oh.
Not only hard for the hitters to see right now, but hard for us to see right here. The glare coming from the outfield and into the shadows. I'm sure the infielders and outfielders are going to need help with certain pop-ups or fly balls.
Well, it's an odd start time. A little past 3 o'clock on this Saturday afternoon. The Dodgers on this 7-game road trip have had 7 different start times for their games. In the dirt and blocked by Bandy.
And it hasn't been by like 5 minutes, where most of them are 7:05 and then 7:10 and 7:15. It's like been all over the map.
And you as a player and now as a broadcaster, we become creatures of habit.
Sure do.
Games generally start about 10 after 7 at night at Dodger Stadium, 1:10 in the afternoon. And we've had 15 start times, 05, middle of the afternoon, early evening, late in the morning, as Bellinger down on strikes, and that will end the inning. But the walk to Seager, the double by Gonzalez, has staked Rich Hill to a lead. That'll be facing him, brought to you by Honda, beginning with Keon Broxton, then Domingo Santana and Jose Aguilar. Travis Shaw hitting in the cleanup spot at third base. Hernan Perez, he is the Kike Hernandez of the Brewers. He plays all over the field and all over the lineup. In left field hitting fifth, Jet Bandy is behind the plate. Then Jonathan Villar, Orlando Arcia, and Matt Garza pitching and batting ninth, facing Rich Hill.
And Rich, a much better outing in his last outing against St. Louis, and we saw a very calm Rich Hill. His MO last year was aggressive, show all his feelings, but I think in trying to find rhythm, he has calmed himself down to really have some better body awareness.
Keon Broxton takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, Broxton, like all the Brewers, struck out a bunch. Broxton 3 times last night and leads the league in 74 strikeouts. He takes a strike and it's 1-1.
Set Clayton Kershaw on his ear last night early on with the second pitch of the game being a double and then a walk, and all of a sudden Clayton was in trouble, but came out of it with the first 2 strikeouts of the game.
High and away. That was of many remarkable aspects of the Kershaw performance last night. Broxton couldn't have hit that pitch any harder to begin the game, and then the next batter walked. You're thinking, uh-oh, Kershaw is wobbly, and then he just put the brakes on and would retire the next 20 batters. 2-2 to Keon Broxton.
I thought the statistic that you brought up yesterday, Charlie, was absolutely amazing. About 26% of his outings were with 3 hits or less when he starts a game.
Last night was his 275th start, and last night he would give up 1 run and 2 hits in 7 innings. Outside and high. So in 275 starts, 73 of them now he has given up 3 hits or less, which is 26% of his starts.
It's absolutely amazing. Some guys are trying to have a quality start in that percentage.
Here's the pitch, high and away, ball 4.
Well, that is not a sign of a guy who has figured it out right there. Rich Hill still feeling for it on the mound. I thought after the good start in St. Louis where he was throwing strikes and then another side work with Rick Honeycutt, that all of a sudden maybe they had ironed out some difficulties, but that pitch right there was not within the pattern.
And the blister, we're told time and time again, is no longer an issue. Now Domingo Santana stepping in. Santana hit the big home run in the 7th inning last night off Kershaw, giving the Brewers a 1-0 lead. Santana going for the downs again. That was his 9th home run last night.
When did the guys in this lineup not swing for the downs? It's amazing what a free swinging team they have.
Well, they lead the National League, having been struck out 534 times. The only team in the big leagues that has struck out more than the Brewers, the Tampa Bay Rays, who have struck out 588 times. Now that's a big number, and let's kind of put it into perspective after the pitch to Santana. The Brewers are averaging almost 10 strikeouts per game. You get 27 outs. So they have basically 17 outs to work with. They have given away 3 1/3 innings of nothing. Outside. So more than 1/3 of every game. Oh, by the way, Darnell Cole's hitting coach, yesterday was his 55th birthday.
Happy birthday, Coach.
Talk about blowing out the candles. Dodgers 1-0 in the bottom of the 1st. Here's a line drive base hit headed toward the corner. Broxton can fly, rounding 3rd, and he'll be held by Ed Cedar. Relay throw bobbled briefly by Utley. So now it's 2nd and 3rd and nobody out.
The pitch is a breaking ball up. Rich Hill wants this ball down, leaves it up, so he's able to just slice this ball and place it down the corner. And not many people get the extra base off of Yasiel Puig. He gets it in very quickly. Normally a ball down that right field line would score that run, but not with Yasiel's hustle and arm.
And it's early in the game, and the Brewers have 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Jesus Aguilar stepping in. 273, 4 home runs. So Hill wobbly here in the first. Aguilar 273 on the season, but over the last 18 games, a 313 clip.
Yasmani got crossed up right there. Boy, he was going down to block that and caught it by his chest protector. See him, the right knee drops like he's going to slide and block, and then he quickly got his glove back up.
Caught the pitch in self-defense. Travis Shaw on deck, Hernan Perez to follow. Hill 14 pitches in, second and third, hasn't retired a batter yet. The 1-1. There's a lot of snap to that breaking ball. 2-1.
It looked like he threw that one actually from behind him almost. Really feeling for that breaking ball. Leaving most of the pitches up that are his mistakes.
To third, and off the glove of Hernandez into left, and in to score is Broxton. Santana goes to third, and the Brewers have just tied it at 1.
Well, the vision is tough, and the play was tough because I think Kike was thinking about coming home. And so he comes up a little early in anticipation for the bounce and the throw home. Take a look at him here, isolated. He just tried to side saddle it, brush through it, and then get the ball quickly to get it home, and flat out missed it.
He and the ball arrived right at the separator between the sun and the shadow to boot. So first and third, still nobody out. As Travis Shaw sees one get past Grandal, and in to score is Santana. So the Dodgers 1-0 lead, short-lived.
Dodgers had a game like this in St. Louis that was ugly. This one again looks like Grandal is crossed up again, but he's not having a meeting. It was first and third, so they weren't using multiple signs. It just looked like he almost forgot what he called.
Travis Shaw, 9 home runs and 36 runs batted in. Hill is having all sorts of trouble.
16 pitches right here. That was the 17th. I would say Rick Honeycutt's going to be out after this batter just to even give him a rest and kind of reboot the computer.
Aguilar's at second base. We're still trying to figure out the ball that got past Hernandez. Was it a hit or an error?
No ruling yet. Nothing on the scoreboard.
Either way, the Brewers have 2 in. Still nobody out.
I believe it was an error if I was the scorer.
Hill misses high. Right at the point of sun and shadow.
That ball, it doesn't matter if a big leaguer touches leather or not. He just flat out missed it. That's an error. Very good if you're a Matador and Olay.
A long foul ball. So nothing going right for Rich Hill at this point.
You can pretty much guarantee that he's not going to complete this game, and it'll be very hard to even go 6 innings with this pitch count already at 20. He's going to have some stellar outings and some efficiency to get deep into this game.
Hernan Perez on deck. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Throw down to second base, and out! Yasmani Grandal has displayed a spectacular throwing arm this year. He has thrown out 11 of 25 would-be base stealers, and Aguilar punched out at second.
So much of throwing is your legs, and Yasmani's legs are healthy this year. He's quicker. He gets them underneath him very well. And boy, it strengthens your arm when you have that strong base.
Well, that is a much needed, if unconventional, double play. 2 out. Hernan Perez takes high, 1 ball, no strikes.
They finally have gotten the ruling on the ball to Kike. It was an error on Hernandez. E5.
Perez takes a strike. Perez has started all over the lot. Left field, right field, third base, center field, shortstop, and second. So much like Kike Hernandez, he has been a jack of all trades. And it's 1 and 2. And Kike has started at every position except catcher and first. Call strike 3, and Hill gets out of what could have been a whole lot nastier piece of business than it turned out to be. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error. 2-1 Milwaukee as we go to the second. Ram 1500 Rebel. Experience the power and toughness of Ram at your local dealer. Dodgers trailing at 2-1 as we go to the second inning. It's going to be Chris Taylor, Kike Hernandez, and Yasiel Puig. Taylor's at .314 with 6 home runs and 19 runs batted in. So a sloppy first inning, but it could have been worse. Rich Hill would end up throwing 25 pitches, only 13 for strikes. And Taylor, since being called up, has been just terrific. Tries to bunt for a hit and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Chris Taylor has reached base 20 of his last 25 games, hitting .299 during that period of time. 4 home runs, 11 runs batted in. And hit .322 in the month of May. And a good portion of April at Oklahoma City. A ball and a strike. Taylor was the 26th man on the 25-man roster, leaving Glendale. It was down to he and Kike Hernandez. Well, they're both here.
Chris had the better bat in spring training, really outperformed Kike, but he didn't have any outfield experience, so that's pretty much why he lost the job then. And they asked him to go down to AAA and get some reps in the outfield, especially center field. Got a few there, but got called up very quickly.
And he was thrown into the deep end of the pool.
He has performed very well no matter where they have put him defensively. He has proven that he is a super utility guy, and to the point where they have to find a way to get his bat in the lineup, so they move him around defensively.
And this is his 10th start in center field for Dave Roberts.
To the point where they actually got him a day off yesterday, a scheduled day off.
Ball strike 3. Garza's second strikeout. That's the first out of the second inning.
Take a look at the Audi pitch cast. This ball is wide, and the Dodgers have been burned by this over the last 3 games or so. Their vision has been outstanding. The right-handed hitters, and including Adrian Gonzalez from the left side on that fastball away, and the umpires have been a little wider than their eyes.
Who are you going to believe, me or your lion eyes? Kike Hernandez, 245. To the right side. VR quickly to his left. Kike out by a step and a half. And now Yasiel Puig. Four years ago tonight, he made his major league debut at Dodger Stadium. What a debut it was. He had 2 hits. And you remember that throw from the base of the wall in right field, a game-ending double play. And then the next 3.5 months were electric.
He overpowered the game with his ability and his fresh face and his personality.
His introduction to Major League Baseball that first week in June was like a comet.
It was like when Manny Ramirez came to the Dodgers. It was like when Fernando came to the big leagues in '81. And Yasiel Puig has his own kind of start to everything. It was absolutely amazing.
Popped up. Garza better get out of the way. Aguilar makes the play, and the inning is over. Nothing across for the Dodgers. We go to the bottom of the second. Brewers and Garza 2-1. The unlimited baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile, and a look back at last night.
Absolutely amazing. All the numbers that you can put up because of last night, especially Clayton Kershaw, what he's accomplished in his career. Now the 79th member of the 2000 strikeout club. Only 4 Dodgers have ever done that in a Dodger uniform. Now Clayton is there with Sandy and Don. Kenley Jansen. Boy, what a start to a year.
This is Jet Bandy. built like a jet. Takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. Local product at 259. Ball and a strike. Bandy and Manny Pena have split duties behind the plate, and the Brewers are thrilled with the product that they're getting out of the two of them combined.
So much evaluation now is by who you play and when they play there, and you total it up. It's almost like a platoon. If you have a left field platoon or a right field platoon, these guys split time at catching duties.
Pena is hitting 298. Bandy 259. And between them, they've got 8 home runs. Brewers 2-1. We begin the bottom of the 2nd. And Hill with his 3rd strikeout in a row.
Imagine that, a Brewer striking out. We're going to get to see at least 10 of them probably here from the Dodger pitching staff. That's about what the Brewers are averaging, and Rich Hill finding the range on that breaking ball.
The Dodgers strike out a little less than 9 times a game.
They walk an awful lot. Their on base percentage is up there because of their discipline.
Dodgers, in fact, have the 2nd highest on base percentage in the league at 337.
Really become a better 2-strike hitting club this year, and hitting better in the clutch with 2 outs and running in scoring position.
Well, the other thing that the Dodgers have done considerably better, that's Turner Ward and Tim Hires, the Dodgers batting gurus. Dodgers have hit considerably better against left-handed pitching this year. Noticeably different. VR, 2 balls and a strike. Last year the Dodgers were dead last in the majors, hitting 214 against lefties. This year 30 points better, 244. Now the 2-1. VR takes a breaking ball just inside and high.
Rich was begging for that one a little bit. Asked the home plate umpire, DJ Rayburn, where it was. He said it was at inside. He said, yep.
That's high. 2nd walk that Hill's given up.
I mean, it is hard to walk this Milwaukee team. If you get the ball close to the strike zone, they're going to probably start the bat. So Rich's spray pattern right now is not very good.
1 out, 1 on in the bottom half of the 2nd inning, and Orlando Arcia coming up. Arcia a double in 5 at-bats last night, and he was struck out twice. Nothing in 1 to Orlando Arcia. He's had hit in 12 of his last 13 games. Hitting 346 lately, raising his average to 249. They like to swing from their shoes, don't they?
And you really, with a team like this, you really want to make the ball look like a strike out of your hand and then end up a ball, because you make it look anything like it's going to be close, they are going to swing. And that's where you take a veteran pitcher that understands that. If he can execute, he can really do well against a young team.
Arcia on 0-2. As we were leaving the yard last night heading to the bus, we were talking about your day's pitching, and in big games your preference was to pitch to the big sluggers as opposed to the proverbial punch and Judy hitters.
For sure, the guys that make contact, you know, they can play the odds of the game, and if they put it in play 4 times, they're going to find the outfield grass maybe once or twice. And you really look for weak contact with those guys because it's hard to strike them out, but the big guys have big holes.
The 0-2. Arcia fouls it off.
Guys that take the big swings, their holes are a little bit bigger. And then if you make that mistake, your command is off that day, your control, you make a mistake, you pay in a big way. But if you make your pitches and you're on your game, you can really get those guys out in a big way. Love those free swinging big swingers.
One of whom is having his 83rd birthday today. Jim Gentile. Diamond Jim, 83, great first baseman with the Orioles. He did something I don't believe anybody else has ever done. He hit 2 grand slams in consecutive innings. Playing with the Orioles in '61 against the Twins at the old Metropolitan Stadium. Runner goes, pitches high, there'll be no throw. VR, who stole 62 bases last year, has just swiped his 14th.
Rich Hill gave him a hesitation move on the mound. In some ways, you could almost consider that a balk, where he's just hanging there doing nothing. If you're going to hang there, you're trying to actually let the runner commit and then pick him off. But he hung there and then delivered home. VR got an awesome jump.
Gentile actually began his career with the Dodgers in Brooklyn in '57. Played 12 games in Los Angeles in '58. He made his bones in Baltimore. Inside. But on the day he hit the grand slams in consecutive innings at Metropolitan Stadium, there weren't a lot of witnesses to it. 4,514 showed up. So he was a big bopper. He hit him long and he'd strike out a lot. Happy birthday, Jim. To third, backhanded by Kike. The fancy footwork of Gonzalez. VR goes to third.
That first play down at third base after you've made an error, Kike probably haunts you a little bit. So just a little tentative with the throw across the diamond right here. Leaves it up, just doesn't really cut it loose completely, but do a fancy 2-step down there if you're AJ Gonzalez. He has saved many an infielder with his Gold Glove over there.
Now Matt Garza with 2 out. Garza 1 for 12. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Hill about ready to throw his 45th pitch already. A curve outside. 1-1. Garza, California, born and bred. A career .079 hitter. And on that swing, we saw why.
Not a big fan of Yasmani Grandal releasing that ball. Maybe a little fake. VR is dancing down there and trying to do as much as he can to maybe cause a balk, or even think about trying to steal home if somebody was falling asleep. When you've got Garza, a pitcher at the plate, not much opportunity to get a hit there, so you might as well try and create a run by yourself if you're VR.
62 stolen bases at 265 last year did VR. This year it's come undone. 1-2 outside.
I know that VR, if there is not a wild pitch he's coming, but if anything in the dirt gets slightly away from Yasmani Grandal, he's trying to take a very aggressive secondary lead in case Rich Hill bounces one and it gets away even 3-4 feet. I think he would attempt to come home.
That'll do it. That's a third, make it the 4th strikeout of the game for Hill. No runs, no hits, a walk and a man left. It's 2-1 Brewers as we head to the 3rd.
a 3-game set. Tomorrow for the series finale, Kenta Maeda will get the ball here on Sunday before the team travels back home to welcome the Washington Nationals coming into town. It's a big 3-game set, obviously, with a potent offense. Dave Roberts setting the rotation. It's going to be Hyunjin Ryu on Monday. Again, that would have been Alex Wood's spot, who continues to be on the DL with that inflammation in the SC joint. He'll go up against Gio Gonzalez. Brandon McCarthy will see Max Scherzer on Tuesday. And then a good one on Wednesday as well. Steven Strasburg against Clayton Kershaw, guys.
And we are tied as trying to head into the 3rd inning. Brewers 2-1. Rich Hill, Chase Utley, and Corey Seager. Well, Wednesday night, circle that one on your baseball calendar.
We've seen some great matchups that Clayton has gone up against, and Cueto, different ones that have paired up. Sometimes they turn into pitchers' duels, and other times it turns into slugfests.
Well, the Kershaw-Lester game. Last Sunday, Kershaw, 4 runs, a season-high 11 hits in 4 1/3, and Lester got cuffed around for 6 runs and 7 hits in 3 1/3. This is Hill leading off and taking a strike, 0-1. To second base. Hill busting it out, made it a relatively close play. RBI Baseball 2017 returns with fast-paced pick-up-and-play MLB action packed with all your favorite MLB teams, players, ballparks, and so much more. Get RBI Baseball today for Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and mobile devices. Learn more at rbigame.com. Chase Utley taking his time getting to the plate. Giving Rich Hill a few extra seconds to catch his breath. A very rainy morning has given way to a muggy but pleasant 76-degree Saturday afternoon at Miller Park. Utley bounced to first in his first at-bat. Well, we're talking about it last night. Miller Park is one of the most offensive-friendly parks in baseball. Between basically Coors Field and here, then you throw in the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Chase Field in Arizona. There's a line drive into right field for a base hit. Well, Utley getting a hit against the Brewers is not the least bit unusual. He's a .350 career hitter here in Milwaukee.
He just nails this ball, a little hanging curve ball in the middle of the plate, a little bit of a tee work right there. Turn on the curveball machine and have him lay him down the middle.
And on a muggy day like this, you would think the ball's going to travel some. Miller Park opened in 2001. Now Seager, who walked and scored in his first plate appearance, fouls it into the dirt, 0-1. Grandal on deck.
Ball does really carry in this ballpark. I think it has something to do with the prevailing wind and how it hits the stadium when the roof is open, especially. Swirls and drives the ball out of here.
And the dimensions aren't particularly deep. The outfield fence just 8 feet from left to right. Well, if you've got the roof open on a muggy day like this, the ball tends to travel.
The only place for the wind to escape, no matter what direction it's blowing, is to escape to the outfield. Everything else has to hit the stands and swirl out.
1 out, 1 on in the third. Ball boy perfectly positioned. One and two.
That's a lot of pressure to catch a foul ball as the ball boy down there, and then your responsibility to pick out the fan that you're going to give it to. Sure, in between foul balls, he has a lot of people begging.
A lot of politicking going on. Well, he picked the right one, didn't he?
Spider-Man.
1 and 2 to Seager. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Grandal on deck. Giants a 1-0 lead after 3 in Philadelphia. Boy, the Giants are struggling. Although they routed the Phillies last night. Padres and Giants are each 11 games behind the Dodgers. Beginning the second third of the season. But this time a year ago, the Dodgers trailed the Giants by 5.5.
Slipped to as many as what, 8.5 or 9?
And the Giants, the wheels came undone right around the All-Star break, and they haven't recovered since. Runner goes, pitches high, and it's ball 4. So Seager walks for the second time. So in the West, Dodgers alone at the top, but the Diamondbacks and Rockies are knocking on the door, and then there's San Diego and San Francisco.
So far, it's looking like wild cards are coming out of the West. Other than the Washington Nationals, the National League records are all, the good ones are all coming out of the West.
Well, as of today, you've got 5 teams that are over 500 and 10 that are 500 or below in the National League. So Bandy with signals to his infield. As Grandal steps in, he popped to second in his first at bat.
Those signals weren't for a bunt play, of course. They were for what base they're going to throw to if the runners double steal.
It's low.
This is where you have to be disciplined if you're a Dodger. Yasmani Grandal. Garza does not like to throw strikes when he gets into jams now at 33 years old. A guy who's used to throwing 95, 96. But now the fastball tops out about 91, 92. So he likes to pick.
Grandal. What a play at first. And a throwing error. And in to score is Utley.
Arcia threw this ball away. A great play by Jesus down at first. This play down the line, and then the awkward throw, which was very accurate. Grandal running as a catcher, not the fastest guy. Arcia kind of rushed his throw from shortstop. Then when the ball gets away, of course, Chase Utley is a warded home plate. Chase retreated a little bit just to make sure everybody knew that he touched third, because he knew he was awarded home, but he wasn't sure that he touched the bag at third, so he just went back, touched it, and then trotted on home.
And with that, the Dodgers have tied it at 2. With 2 out, and Gonzalez stepping in. Adrian doubled in his first at bat, knocked in a run. And he takes a strike, 0-1. Adrian, 1 home run, 21 runs batted in. It's high.
Every day, Adrian looks more and more comfortable. Not as much fidgeting in the box as far as trying to find or get rid of a little pain. Just really concentrating on himself and his swing and his stance.
To the right side. Aguilar with the underhanded flip to Garza. That's going to do it. Dodgers a run, a hit, an error, and leave one. And they've evened the score after 2.5. Dodger Stadium. Purchase a Dodger Summer 6-pack and choose your favorite giveaway nights, preferred days of the week, and great matchups. Plus, you get a cool t-shirt with your purchase. Visit Dodgers.com/mini-plans. Ryan Braun, he's still a week or two away. A nagging pulled calf muscle. Keon Broxton will lead it off here in the home half of the third. Walk scored a run in his first at bat. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs and 1 hit for the Brewers. Each side has made an error.
It's 2-2, but it's been pretty sloppy. Starting pitcher that settles in, defense that settles in might help their team win this game. A little bit ugly on the defensive side and the pitching side so far.
And picking up where the Brewers left off last night, Hill has already struck out 4 batters. Broxton leads the league with 74 strikeouts. VR is second. 70 strikeouts. In a perfect world, you'd love to bunch them together with all that speed, but you have to separate them as much as you can in the lineup.
They're really hoping that they can get some growth out of these young men, and being in first place, a surprise place for the Brewers. Since they've been surprised, now they're looking at it as like, I hope they can grow up fast. By the second half, maybe they'll be different players and they can continue on with this type of record.
The Brewers are 29-26. The Cardinals 26-26. The Cubs 26-27. The 2-2 way outside.
You're as good as your record, and the Brewers right now have the best record, but the Cardinals and Cubs probably have the most potential to
Craig Counsell's Brewers with a 1.5 game lead on the Cubs, but only 4 games separate from top to bottom. Slowly hit to short. Broxton runs well, and Seager has to exercise his arm. So is that the wild Central?
It's going to be right now. It's kind of the boring Central with everybody bunched together and nobody really getting hot. No one really playing to the projections of the season so far, and a lot to go, but we are over 1/3 of the way, and the Brewers are in front, and that's their narrative right now is, hey, we're here now and it's June, why not at the end?
Domingo Santana takes a strike. The Cubs have to be profoundly disappointing. You know, they hit only .219 the entire month of May, last in the National League. Into left, and Bellinger under the sun. Cody is just so graceful and smooth in the outfield. Rarely appears to be rattled. Here's Jesus Aguilar. He was punched out 4 times last night, like a bad sparring partner. Strike, 0-1. Aguilar got a board on an error by Kike Hernandez back in the 1st inning and fouls it back.
He also got picked off, and here's the Arco top-tier play of the game so far. This back pick by Yasmani Grandal, a healthy Yasmani. The arm is feeling frisky, the legs are fresh, and the arm is very accurate right there, helping Rich Hill with a very unconventional double play to get Rich back up on the beam and feeling good about his day.
A unique strike him out throw. Well, that one is long gone. Jesus Aguilar has just hit his 5th home run of the year. Hill surrenders his 4th, and the Brewers take a 3-2 lead.
Jesus, a big man right here. You take a look at the location of this pitch, up and down the middle, and he doesn't miss it at all. Short, compact swing for the big fella. Able to just jog around the bases and give himself a little redemption from getting picked off in his last at bat.
He's 6'3" and 250. And the Brewers lead it 3-2. Travis Shaw takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Brewers claimed him off waivers from the Indians back in February. And now you may remember Travis Shaw's dad, Jeff Shaw, the reliever from Ohio and Cincinnati, who first put on a Dodger uniform at the All-Star game. He was traded at the break. A strike. 2-2 to Travis Shaw.
Well, the game wasn't tied long. The Dodgers in the top of the 3rd crossed over a run, and 1 swing later, 2 outs, back on top for the Brewers.
Breaking ball high. If Hill is to succeed, he needs that precision, that pinpoint accuracy of the breaking ball.
At least for strikes, and 1 for strikes and 1 for balls, but most of the ones are for balls right now.
3rd walk given up by Hill.
The inconsistency is troubling because that is his foundational pitch. That's what turned his career around. He tried to pitch conventionally with the fastball being the predominant pitch for a lot of years, but then finally, after watching Clayton Kershaw with his slider and his curveball, and then Zach Greinke with his slider and his changeup, he said, you know, why can't I have that be my foundational pitch of spinning the ball? That really turned his life around.
Hernan Perez stepping in. Took a call, third strike in his first at bat. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Perez came up with the Tigers. And fouls it back. And the Brewers picked him up off waivers a couple of years ago. Had a really solid year last year, 272. This year, 269. And what they especially like about him, he's their Kike Hernandez. He plays all over the lot. Starting in left field today. It's a foul ball. Jet Bandy is on deck.
More and more players are called on to play multiple positions. The way the rosters are being made up, benches are a lot shorter, bigger bullpens, and so anybody who is part of the non-regulars has to play multiple positions.
Kike Hernandez, for instance, starting at third base today, making his 7th start over there. He's made 5 starts at short, 3 in left, 9 in center, 4 in right, and 1 at second.
To the point now that even Craig Counsell has not called the guys that aren't starting his bench players. He calls them his run production unit.
Utility players.
Yeah.
Seager makes the play, and the inning is over. But Aguilar with a long distance home run to left. It was his 5th of the year. Brewers 3-2. Cody Bellinger joined the family business. Dear old dad hit a dozen home runs in 183 games. And Cody with his 12th last night in his 36th game.
It's always a proud moment when the son passes the dad, but that was a very early proud moment. Cody with tremendous power. His dad, Clay, is so proud of him, and they've enjoyed watching him here in his early days in the big leagues.
Cody struck out swinging in his first at bat. 12 home runs and 30 runs batted in. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Matt Garza has a shift behind him on the right side of the infield for Bellinger. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cody Bellinger, the National League Rookie of the month of May. Did he go around?
DJ Rayburn behind the plate says he did. Garza does not like to throw that breaking ball for a strike, Charlie. Especially to power hitters. He likes it, make it look like the fastball and end up in the dirt.
Taylor on deck, Hernandez to follow. So Bellinger in 28 games in May, 245, 9 home runs and 27 runs batted in. Garza, this is his 8th start of the year. He's in search of his 3rd win of the season. Aguilar underhand. Oh, he's going to take it himself. It's going to be too late. Indecision. And Bellinger, who runs exceptionally well, is safe at first.
A good hustle by Cody Bellinger. A little lackadaisical run over to first base by Matt Garza, and Aguilar, assuming his pitcher would hustle and be there, didn't really take a nice trot to first base, and both of them at half speed, plus a collision at the end after Bellinger is safe right here. Watch this. Starting pitcher gets hit by a guy who's 6'3", 250.
And the end result is the trainer is out taking a look at Matt Garza.
He'll knock the wind out of you. Taking a look at his pitching shoulder right there.
The wind is one thing, the shoulder's another.
Always used to love those tests on your arm. It's like, does that hurt? Does that hurt? Does that hurt? And you're like, everything hurts, but I've never had my arm bent that way. Expecting to toss deep behind first base, and then the collision.
Aguilar come off even money with a Sherman tank. And Garza's going to take a couple of warm-up tosses to make sure his moneymaker's okay. Counsel not going away in a hurry, nor is the trainer. That's home plate umpire DJ Rayburn. And Garza says he'll be all right.
This is where you trust the veteran. If it's a young kid, 21, 23 years old with not much experience, you go with your gut if you're the manager or the trainer. But when it's a veteran, you just trust their instincts. They've pitched when they're hurt. They've pitched in pain. They don't pitch when you're injured, but definitely some aches and pains throughout a career when you're 33 years old now. Have the innings under your belt that Garza does.
The Dodgers get a break, and for Bellinger it goes as an infield hit, and Chris Taylor's stepping in. Brewers 3-2 in the top half of the 4th. Kike Hernandez on deck. There goes the runner. Throw down to second base, and Bellinger beat it by a lot. He's 3 for 3 in stolen bases.
Matt Garza has not thrown a pickoff throw to first base this year. Has trouble throwing to bases. Has a little bit of the John Lester. When a comebacker to him, he will run it to first base and underhand it. Cody Bellinger taking advantage of all that information right there. Nice job by the Dodger base coaches, George Lombard and Chris Woodward, and all their prep of the base runners.
Woody, the third base coach. Now Taylor with a runner in scoring position. Took a call third strike in his first at bat. Outside. 2-0. So Bellinger's speed and hustle. What should have been a routine out. Instead, there's a runner at second base with nobody out.
He does bring that extra dimension of being a big league kid, of understanding the game at a different level at a very young age. There's not a facet of the game that he is not. Never surprised.
Taylor, 6 home runs, 19 runs batted in. There's a strike. 2-1.
Interesting that you just realized yesterday that your paths crossed with Cody Bellinger when he was a little kid.
Who knew? Of course, Clay was a utility man who played with the Yankees right around the turn of the century.
And you were in New York at the time. Turn of the century.
Well, it was. Just the most recent one, that's all.
That phrase has been used twice.
Clay spent about 2.5 years with the Yankees and generally was a 25th guy. Two and two to Taylor. Low and outside. So Taylor, who is now, until further notice, the everyday center fielder for the Dodgers. Don't know exactly when Jock Peterson will return. 3-2. Inside ball 4. The Dodgers are in business now. An infield hit, stolen base, and a walk. First and second, nobody out.
Fastball in. Pitch cast says it was way in.
What's the latest on Jock, Alana?
Well, Jock Peterson has resumed baseball activities, so that's the good news. Dave Roberts, however, saying that there's not necessarily a timetable for his return. Jock needs to go out on a rehab assignment before he comes back to be able to play at this level, but he is actually resuming activities, so at least he's headed in the right direction, guys, dealing with that concussion.
All right, here's Kike. First and second, nobody out.
Dodger hitters doing a good job building some hitting counts here. Garza trying to pick the edges. Chris Taylor works the walk. Cody Bellinger hustles his way into an infield single. And now Kike Hernandez taking that pitch on the edge to make it 1-0.
Puig on deck. Throw down to second base. Bellinger back standing up. Well, Bellinger, as we have seen in his brief big league career, for Cody, this is his 37th game. Great throwing arm, terrific defender, runs exceptionally well, obviously hits for power. In the dirt, blocked by Bandy. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. Can't help but wonder if Garza and the shoulder.
Yeah, some interest would be there. Yeah, from all of a sudden, when you get hit in your arm, all of a sudden you don't feel like extending. You know, you kind of get careful with your pitches because you don't have tremendous confidence in your arm, especially your shoulder where he got hit.
Now the Brewer bullpen is shuffling around. Kike pops it up, and this will be infield fly rule.
3-0 green light. Kike got a heater right down the middle. Just tried to do a little, maybe too much with it. Got underneath it. Take a look at pitch cast and location of this fastball. Put it on a tee. But Kike opened up on that front side. The backside dropped. Got underneath it.
Rob Scahill is warming up now in the Milwaukee bullpen. And here's Yasiel Puig. First and second. Runners go. And the Dodgers have second and third and nobody out on a double steal.
Well, another example of preparation by the Dodgers, knowing Garza is not real good at holding on runners. Cody Bellinger left before Garza even started towards home. Timing his head movements, knowing that when he looks away from second base, he's probably going home, and left on the head.
And now the intentional walk. So the Dodgers base is loaded and one man out. Hill this year is 0 for 7. Bases are loaded. Dodgers with a chance to tie it or take the lead. Let's see what Hill can do.
Most important thing for Rich Hill is to stay out of the double play. Give Chase Utley an opportunity. Of course, driving in a run would be better.
Well, that was a very safety squeeze.
It looked completely on his own that he was trying to drag the ball to second base again. He attempted that in his first at bat and got thrown out. Bunted the ball a little too hard. It was ugly.
Now it's 0-2. And he tries to bunt it in the air. And it's caught by VR.
I am surprised that the umpires didn't call the infield fly rule right there, because VR could have easily just let that ball drop and gotten a double play. All three runners had to freeze and stay on the bag, and the umpires, no one called the infield fly rule. It would have been done very quickly. There's a little discussion about it, I'm sure.
Jim Wolf and Chris Taylor and Chase Utley coming up. Utley 1 for 2, a run scored. And of course, Utley throughout his career, that's Bellinger at third and Taylor at second. Puig at first. Utley a .350 lifetime hitter at Miller Park. 1 for 2 today. Takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. Utley up to 242. When you consider he was languishing around 100 in the month of April. Been quite a turnabout. Two balls, no strikes.
He's zoning in right now on Garza. 2-0 count, bases loaded, nowhere to put him. Chase will take the walk, but he also is looking for something in his keyhole to really hit hard.
Utley with a hit in 7 of his last 9 games. Bases are loaded, 2 out. And with runners in scoring position this year, he's at 346. Now Bandy's going to go out and talk with Garza. And here comes Craig Counsell too. I'm not sure that they are 100% sure that Garza is 100% right. Garza says he is. He's a free agent at the end of the year.
33-year-old with last year of his contract, trying to have a good year.
Seager is on deck. The bases are loaded. Utley breaks his bat, rolls it to first, and that is going to do it. Well, the Brewers try to give the inning away. But the Dodgers would have none of it. And came up with nothing.
Game presented by Security Benefit on June 10th when the Dodgers face the Cincinnati Reds. Be there early to see your favorite former Dodger play ball. Some of my teammates. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/oldtimers.
Well, we're wondering about Matt Garza. Chatting with Craig Counsell and the trainer after that collision with Jesus Aguilar. And by the look of it, it's the end of the line.
They are telling him, let's go slap some ice on that big fella and get it looked at.
Jett Bandy is leading it off for the Brewers. And a right-hander, Oliver Drake, is now warming up in the Milwaukee bullpen. Bandy struck out in his first at-bat. VR on deck, Arcia to follow. And a breaking ball inside. Hill still battling to find some consistency here.
He sure is. I mean, when he throws strikes, he's dominant. The only thing that he's been doing this year has been letting a lot of teams up for air by setting the table and not being able to find the strike zone.
2-1, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks for Hill to this point. And a solo home run to Jesus Aguilar. And that's the difference in the game. Hill's 75th pitch. Here's the breaking ball he's been looking for. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dodgers and Brewers will wrap it up tomorrow. Past third base coach Ed Cedar.
You know, Charlie, they started out with 2 wins in St. Louis, and a little disappointing losing the last 2 and getting a split there. Here in Milwaukee, I know the Brewers are in first place, but barely above 500 in a weak National League Central as of right now. Win the first game. I think they should be definitely disappointed if they don't win this series.
Way outside, 3-2. Well, the Dodgers were certainly victimized. Carlos Martinez was about as good as it gets on Wednesday night. 1 run, 4 hits in 8 innings. And Wainwright looked like the Wainwright of old instead of the old Wainwright. And here's Hill giving up his 4th walk of the game. Bandy leading it off in the 4th.
The Dodgers in their 6-game win streak were averaging over 6 runs a game, and then the starting staff is really the whole St. Louis team. And they picked on a couple starters, but then Martinez and Wainwright righted the ship for the Cardinals. The offense has kind of been silent lately.
One of those numbers you hear about a lot. Run differential. And it's just a number. The Dodgers lead the National League in run differential. Plus 85. Well, if you're winning 14-1 and losing 3-2, run differential can be very misleading. Kansas City Royals a couple of years ago won the World Series, and they were about even in run differential. All they could do is beat the other guy by 1. VR walked in his first at bat. 2 balls and a strike.
Frustrating for Rich Hill, and I'm sure frustrating for Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt to watch him struggle with his command. It's a tad boring to play behind a pitcher like this, and you know Rich does not want to do it. He is looking for the answer.
Now it's 2-2.
He goes to 2-0 with 2 fastballs that miss by a lot, comes back into the count with 2 breaking balls. If that's not unconventional, I don't know what is, but that's where he is at right now.
And so Honeycutt is on the phone.
You let your starting pitcher hit with bases loaded and 1 out and down by a run, and then the next inning, after allowing him to hit, he goes out and looks like he might need relief help. You start to second guess your decision of letting him hit.
2-2 to VR. At Seager. And that's the first out of the 4th.
I better use this example while I still can. That was hit with a wet newspaper. A few more years, people won't know what that is.
Orlando Arcia. Bounced to 3rd in his first at bat. Already Hill's 84th pitch.
That is not good when your pitch count is over 20 in every inning and you're still going at it in the 4th with 13.
No balls and 2 strikes to Orlando Arcia. It's like Ross Stripling. Well, it's early to mid-game, and he'd be the ideal candidate. There he is. It's Josh Bard, the bullpen coach, behind him. 0-2. Grandal can't hang on.
Now the real interesting shadows are going to start, Charlie, if the sun stays out. Sun setting. It's going to get really interesting for Cody Bellinger in left field with the sun glaring in at him, and then the hitter pretty soon is going to be encompassed by the sunlight. Cody's going to be out there fighting it for about the next 40 minutes.
Brian Franklin is in the on deck circle for Milwaukee, so Garza comes out at the short end of that collision with his first baseman. So it's going to be a battle of the bullpens. Statistically, the Dodgers have quite an advantage. On 0-2, Breaking ball, ground ball pass. Kike Hernandez into left field for a base hit. So the Brewers have first and second with one man out. And the switch hitting Ryan Franklin to pinch hit for Matt Garza.
Dropped down Laredo, got the ground ball he was looking for, just found the 6-hole.
Ryan Franklin. I'm sorry, Nick Franklin. He was with the Rays until the first week of April. They designated him for assignment. And then on the 5th of April, claimed by the Brewers. Breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Franklin 197, 12 for 61. And as a right-handed hitter, he's 0 for 13. So Garza is finished. And Franklin is behind 0-2. Keon Broxton is on deck. Bandy at second, the leadoff walk. VR popped out. Garcia single to left. First and second. Franklin takes inside. And it's 1-2. Hill continues to struggle. And the 1-2. Gets the big strikeout. That's his 5th. Matt Garza's out of the game, and there's a reason for that.
Take a look at our Volkswagen replay. This collision with his first baseman on the Cody Bellinger hustle down there, and then miscommunication between those two, between Matt Garza getting hit by the big fella, and then the effectiveness going downhill. And also Matt Garza doesn't do real well third time around in the order, and that's where the Dodgers are creeping to. 432, you can see, is a huge shift in the numbers. So Craig Counsell decided to get him out for the pinch hitter Franklin.
Keon Broxton, no balls and a strike, has walked and scored a run. 3 runs, 3 hits for the Brewers. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers, who are just in the bottom of the 4th. Garza ends up going 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. Broxton takes high and outside. There just has not been enough break, snappiness to that curveball.
When you're throwing it behind you, that means your fingers are going to be on the back of the ball, and you'll be able to work to the front and spin it. But for his best curveballs, it's all the arm speed and the hands in the front of the ball to spin it and make it go down. He's really even behind and underneath his fastball.
So it's been a tough afternoon to this point for Rich Hill. Now it's 2-2. On Monday in St. Louis, Hill 1 run and 2 hits in 5 innings. And he got the win. Start before that back at Dodger Stadium. That was the game in which he walked 7 in 5 innings. So Hill looking for some equilibrium. And the 2-2. Breaking ball. Ground ball to third. And Kike will step on the bag. Force out there. The inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 left. We'll go to the 5th. Brewers 3-2. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the Toyota truck of your dreams at Toyota's Summer Drive sales event. Back in Milwaukee, we head to the top half of the 5th. And the Brewers make a pitching change. Oliver Drake. He's 30. And he's from Massachusetts. A 43rd round pick of the Orioles in 2008. Well, numbers of a middle reliever.
Bullpen is pretty porous other than the 8th inning and 9th inning men. So it is time for the Dodgers to kind of lick their chops and capitalize on the underbelly of the Brewer pitching staff.
Seager leading it off, facing a shift and taking a strike, 0-1. Well, Corey's in sunshine, and Drake, the pitcher, is in shadow. Drake pitched a perfect inning on Wednesday in New York. And to strike to Seager, who's walked twice and scored a run.
Has some kind of funky mechanics out there on the mound. Throws mostly a fastball and a split finger from over the top. Doesn't have a curveball or a slider or a changeup. It's a 2-pitch pitcher.
Oh, look at that backhanded play. Beautifully turned by Arcia. Seager hit it right on the button.
These younger teams, you see some flash and you definitely see some smiles after they do something exciting. Arcia very much just using a little short arm underhand throw from second base, showing off all the talents that he has.
Grandal. 0-1. As Bonnie is 0 for 2. Do you pitch any differently when sun and shadows become part of the game? Are you inclined to throw one kind of a pitch more than the other?
You definitely want to keep the ball down, and you definitely like starting the ball and then making it move, because it is hard for the hitters to pick up spin, and it's hard for them to have their eyes refocus when the ball is actually breaking. The worst pitch you can throw is really a high straight fastball. Easy for them to see because it's up by their eyes, and Easy for them to gauge where it's going to be because it was straight.
Gonzalez, who has enjoyed working here over the course of his career, on deck. Brewers 3 runs 3 hits. Dodgers 2 runs 3 hits. Both teams have committed an error. Grandal with the shift on the right side takes down and away, and it's 1-2. Drake's delivery is most unorthodox.
Sure is. Gets his weight back, kind of tilts the shoulders up, and then just waits as long as possible to unfold it. It's got some herky-jerky in there too.
Let's have a look.
And it looks like to me when he used to use the full windup that it was even more peculiar. Right now it looks like he gets into positions that he used to work to get into, but he gets into them early over the rubber as he comes set. Somebody has simplified his delivery, and he wants to throw from the over the top position, that's for sure, being his only secondary pitch being a split finger.
He made 3 appearances in April with the Orioles, then he was designated for assignment. 3 runs and 6 hits in 3 innings. And sayonara. Into center. And Broxton is there. Now it's time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Facts. Told you that Adrian Gonzalez enjoys his time in Milwaukee at Miller Park. How appropriate. Goldschmidt is the all-time leading hitter here. And then Adrian at .419. Juan Pierre, Troy Tulowitzki, JP. Adrian Gonzalez doubled today and has driven in a run. Cody Bellinger on deck. Gonzalez takes a strike, 0-1. Gonzalez was 2 for 5 last night. And he's 1 for 2 this afternoon.
Paul Goldschmidt, who's ahead of Adrian as far as the best hitter in this park. His home park, Adrian loves to hit in also. Adrian does very, very well in Arizona.
Two balls and a strike. In San Diego this afternoon, top of the 7th, the Rockies lead the Padres 4-1. In Miami, the Marlins hitting in the bottom of the 6th and leading the Diamondbacks 1-0. Garcia makes an easier play than he did to begin the inning, but it's 1-2-3. The Dodgers go quietly in the 5th. After 4.5, Brewers 3, Dodgers 2. Bottom half of the fifth. It is Ross Stripling who made his last appearance on Wednesday in St. Louis. Gave up a run and 2 hits in 2 innings. Stripling has just been terrific for the Dodgers so far this season. Anything they've asked him to do, he has done. ERA of 2 2/3, and the likelihood is he will be in here for a couple of innings. Rich Hill, not a good day. 4 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 hits, struck out 5 and walked 4. Gave up a home run, and so while he leaves at only 3-2, it was like he was sprinting up a sand dune.
It was. He's actually, for me, his mechanics looked like he was actually throwing uphill. A lot of what he was doing was behind the rubber and had trouble getting through all of his pitches and getting them down.
So here's Stripling. And Domingo Santana leading it off in the 5th. There's a strike, 0-1. So both starters, Garza and Hill, go 4 innings. And now it's up to the bullpens. Again, statistically speaking, you have to like the Dodgers' chances. Their bullpen ERA at 2.54 is the lowest in the National League. And the batting average against their bullpen is just .212. Santana, oof. Was quite a rip. Ross Stripling, who has a stockbroker's license. And Santana goes bust.
Santana has a lot to unwind, and you can beat him with your fastball. Stripling does at 94 right there, even away. Easy to get in on him, but even better if he's feeling for that one off the plate away.
Jesus Aguilar, a home run in the 3rd inning, is the difference in the game. Former Cleveland Indian takes high. A ball and a strike. Stripling went to Texas A&M. He's one of those who put his money where his mouth is. You know, he totally has a stockbroker's license. He invested a lot of his dough, his signing bonus, and made a killing. Sliced down the right field line. Aguilar 1 for 2.
The 2 pitching staffs have done a pretty good job here for 12 innings last night. Only 3 runs scored total, and now here today 5 runs scored. A little over 4 innings.
Oh, the 42 strikeouts.
But in a ballpark that really is known for its offense, and the Dodgers having outstanding offense, and the Milwaukee Brewers fall on a lot of offense with their free swingers.
Baez last night, 5 strikeouts in 2 innings.
Dayton had 3, and Baez had 5, and Jansen had 4 to add to Kershaw's 14.
So Kershaw, first steps toward 3,000. Aguilar has to be thrown out to complete the strikeout. Kershaw, in 2010, you know, only 16 pitchers have reached 3,000.
He's got a very good shot.
Does he ever?
Should be around a long time to keep handing out souvenirs in between starts.
Travis Shaw is struck out and walked. 2 out in the bottom of the 5th.
Yasmani is throwing the balls over to the home side today because Clayton's not on the mound, needing balls to get authenticated as he continued to toss balls to the Dodger dugout as Clayton kept striking people out. Clayton was 1 short of his career high 15 last night with his 14 Ks.
Back in the prehistoric era, the thought of authenticating baseballs just wasn't even on the radar. Shaw with a 2-out single to right.
And with the price of memorabilia going through the roof and so many more collectors wanting it, that people were starting to plagiarize signatures and putting a lot of bad stuff out there on the market. So Major League Baseball stepped in and authenticated stuff right here from the ballpark.
Hernan Perez is 0 for 2. And the Brewers are leading it 3-2. Heading out hit the Dodgers 4-3. I imagine it's no fun for the hitter along about now with the shadows and the sun.
It is not. Got the hitter's eye half shadows, half glare. Got the pitcher in splashes of sunlight.
And the 0-1. 0-2. Alana. And
well, basically, after the game, Clayton Kershaw was asked what he was doing with that ball from the 2000 strikeout of his career. He said, I don't know, the Dodgers are pretty good. He already had it behind him in a nice plastic bag. It was all labeled and identified. He said, hopefully I just won't forget about it and leave it here in Milwaukee. Shows you how much he cares about it, you guys.
He'll have more than enough souvenirs by the time he's done. Well, Stripling strikes out the side. No runs and a hit through 5. Brewers 3 and the Dodgers 2. By 76. Back with you tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning Pacific time when Kenta Maeda faces Zach Davies. And then back home with the Nationals. Ryu, McCarthy, and Kershaw will be pitching Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. First pitch, of course, 7:10 back at Dodger Stadium. Well, Matt Garza came out of the game. The medical diagnosis, chest contusion. What really happened was he lost in a collision with a tank. He ran into 6'5" 250-pound first baseman Jesus Aguilar to play at first.
I think when they weighed him at 250, he only had one leg on the scale.
Now Bellinger. 1 ball, 1 strike. But Garza managed to stay in. There's a couple of more batters. Dodgers were at the bases loaded with 1 out and couldn't cash in. Shift on the right side of the infield for Bellinger. It was Bellinger, in fact, who hit that slow roller to first. Aguilar undecided about whether or not to toss to Garza, who's a little bit late covering to the bag. Bellinger would beat the play. Aguilar, after avoiding Bellinger, ran into Garza. Bellinger and Aguilar still in. Three runs, 4 hits for the Brewers, 2 runs, but 3 hits for the Dodgers.
Cody Bellinger very close to a 5-tool player, and I think the only tool you really think he might not have is hitting for average. He's been a 270 hitter in the minor leagues and is approaching that here at the big leagues, but definitely the glove, the arm, the speed, and the power.
Down on strikes to Cody Bellinger. He's been struck out now 50 times in 138 at-bats.
He's feeling for this one right here. Loses the front hip, and as soon as he loses that, there's going to be a whole lot of coverage on that outside part of the plate.
Oliver Drake, his day is done, as Craig Counsell makes a pitching change. 1 out, nobody on here in the 6th. That's Jerry. Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Carl's Jr., the baby back rib burger, only at Carl's Jr. Yo! Jared Hughes making his 22nd appearance for the Brewers. 1-1, a 4.05 ERA. Facing Chris Taylor. Takes a strike and is 0-1. Hughes, the former Pirate. And this is his first season in Milwaukee. Taylor 0 for 1 and a walk. Well, he's now 1 for 2 and a walk. Single to center field.
This ball is stung. Couple hopper. You're going to find a lot of holes when you hit the ball that hard on the ground.
Taylor, when he makes contact, he stings it. Kike Hernandez 0 for 2. Yasiel Puig on deck.
Kike in his last at bat, in the 3-0 count, got the green light, having to pop it up. I'm sure he's trying to make up for that.
Time call. Hernandez has 27 hits, 20 of them for extra bases, 4 home runs, 15 doubles, and a triple. Starting this afternoon at third base, Logan Forsythe has a bit of a groin issue. Into left field for a base hit past a diving Travis Shaw. So now the Dodgers are in business. First and second with 1 out. And Yasiel Puig coming up.
Second ball that is hit very hard but on the ground, but this is a 3-hopper and Kike finds the 6-hole. Ball was ripped also. Taylor made it through with 2 hops. Kike makes it through with 3.
Four years ago today, Yasiel Puig made his Dodger debut, and it was a memorable one. Had 2 hits, but what was most memorable about his first night was that game-ending double play when he threw from the base of the wall to Adrian Gonzalez, and that would end the game. And then he would go on and have this unbelievable first week at the Grand Slam. He just carried the team pretty much from his arrival till the end. What a backhanded stab by Jet Bandy.
Those are ones that I'm not sure it's talent or it's luck. You get your glove over there with great eye-hand coordination, but the fact that it stays in the glove the way the gloves are built today, a catcher's glove is pretty much a first baseman's glove with padding around the outside. Very flexible compared to gloves of the past.
1 ball, no strikes to Puig. Jared Hughes was out of work at the end of spring training, released by the Pirates, and then the Brewers signed him. Third pitcher of the afternoon for Milwaukee. Taylor at second, the tying run. Hernandez at first. There go the runners. Throw down to third, not in time. And for the second time today, the Dodgers have a double steal.
Chris Taylor did a nice job. They were paying very close attention to him at second. Didn't have the biggest lead, but got the biggest jump. Got to third base very easily. Some very heady base running. Kike Hernandez cruising into second. No attempt to throw him out.
That's the way Dave Roberts used to play.
Exactly.
And run. Second and third. And it gets past Bandy. He can't find him. Taylor comes in to score. The game is tied at 3.
One side it looks ugly, the other side it looks very aggressive. Taking the game to the Brewers are the Dodgers. Taylor with the stolen base, and now with the wild pitch. With a man on third now, Yasiel Puig still at the plate. Pitcher slot coming on deck, but this time around Dave Roberts will be pinch hitting So the Milwaukee Brewers are in a jam.
Gutierrez in the on deck circle. A couple of pitches ago, Bandy made that backhanded stab. This pitch, it was down and away, no leg movement at all. 2-1. Puig into left field for a base hit. Hernandez scores. The Dodgers take the lead 4-3. Fourth anniversary in the big leagues. Puig delivers.
Well, let's take a look at the Carl's Cam replay. Yasiel Puig with the third hard hit ground ball for the Dodgers this inning, and this one produces a run. Started out with Chris Taylor, then Kike Hernandez, and Yasiel Puig follows it up with the third hit of the inning and the fourth run for the Dodgers.
A short, quick swing. Puig and Aguilar, Derek Johnson, and Jared Hughes. Now, if you're listening, why do you need to put your glove in front of your face?
So many lip readers on the Dodgers. You've got to make sure nobody can see him.
But Hughes was listening.
I don't know. Maybe he was responding at the same time, Charlie.
He sat there, he listened, he had a glove in front of his face, and he nodded.
How do you know he was listening with the glove in front of his face? How did you know he wasn't talking?
We were watching.
It doesn't matter. Some people talk over. I talk over you sometimes.
But I see your lips move. Here's Gutierrez pinch hitting. So the Dodgers, with their first lead of the day, actually they took a 1-0 lead in the first, but Milwaukee came back with 2. Dodgers were tied in the third. Milwaukee went ahead in the bottom of the third, and now the Dodgers with 2 here. 3 hits in a row in the 6th. Again, statistically speaking, the Dodgers' advantage out of the bullpen is significant. Puig has 6 stolen bases in 8 tries. Dodgers with 2 double steals today. Bellinger 2 stolen bases. Taylor 2 stolen bases. Kike Hernandez has swiped 1. Hill is off the hook. There's a strike. Franklin Gutierrez.
It's a good start for Rich Hill to get beyond and not get an L. Sometimes you can gain a lot of confidence from having a rough one and having your team pick you up. So you feel like you get a breath of fresh air to go into your next start. Those L's can get very heavy around your neck when you're not throwing the ball well. Sometimes you just lose because you lose. You threw well, you executed, but your team maybe didn't pick you up with a little offense, or there were some bad breaks, balls fell in. Those L's don't weigh as much on your mind as the ones where you know you're not on your best and you let your team down. It's a breath of fresh air when all of a sudden maybe a no decision and then maybe a W for somebody else.
And no harm, no foul. Gutierrez 4 for 10 as a pinch hitter this year. The Dodgers as a group 3rd in the league off the bench, hitting .289. Dodgers have used more pinch hitters than any other team in the league. No balls and a strike. Inside, 1-1. Dodgers are 28 for 97 off the bench. Milwaukee hitting .235 as a group, pinch hitting 20 for 85. Shift on the left side of the infield for Franklin Gutierrez. Of course, one of the reasons why the Dodgers signed Gutierrez in the offseason was to try to bolster their offense against left-handed pitching. And that's a place where the Dodgers have significantly improved this year. They're 30 points better against left-handed pitching than they were a year ago when they hit just .214. This year they're at .244.
Logan Forsythe came over with that other goal of helping against left-handers also, and he's hitting .440 against lefties. Gutierrez hitting .259. Kike Hernandez a large improvement at .271.
There goes Puig. Little chopper back to the box, and Hughes throws out Gutierrez. Puig running on the plays at second with 2 out.
Dave Roberts taking into his own hands, trying to get the offense going. Stolen bases today, being aggressive on the base paths, not sitting around waiting for the hits, and a little run and hit or hit and run right there.
Well, he's got the Brewers on their heels at the moment. Bellinger began the inning striking out, then 3 hits in a row. Taylor, Hernandez, and Puig. A double steal and a wild pitch, and 2 runs are in. Utley 1 for 3 and a run scored. 4-3 Dodgers. Utley now has hits in 7 of his last 9 games, hitting better than .350 during that period of time. Among active second basemen, 3rd in games played, 3rd in runs scored, 3rd in hits, 2nd in doubles. 38-year-old Chase Utley, who grounds it to 3rd. Travis Shaw picks it up and throws him out. The inning is over, but the Dodgers come up with a couple of runs and 3 hits, leave 1, and lead after 5½. BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Why? Because that has become a staple here in Milwaukee for years. And down the stretch they come. Chris Hatcher's now on in relief, so Stripling goes just 1. 16 pitches, 12 for strikes. And he stands to win the game should the Dodgers go on and win the game.
Hatcher putting together quietly a very solid season, and if he continues on, that ERA is going to continue to plummet. He had a couple rough outings. Other than that, been very consistent.
Jed Bandy leads it off and golfs it to the right. Gonzalez will run out of room. Bandy 6 home runs, 18 runs batted in, and hitting .257. VR on deck and Arcia to follow. Well, again, strikeouts an issue for this Brewers club. Of course, they went down National League record 26 times by way of strikeout last night. This afternoon, a more modest 8 strikeouts through 5. And of course, Hatcher can bring it up there in a hurry. Hatcher 32 strikeouts, only 5 walks. And a fly ball to right. Puig is going back. At the wall, he tracks it down. The right field wall breathing a sigh of relief.
That is for sure. And Chris Hatcher also. This ball not well hit, but the ball carries so well here in Milwaukee. Yasiel looking like he might have a little trouble, then kind of goes into his casual stance as he takes that extra little quick step to make sure he is on it.
I love that little quick glance.
A little glance of the wall. When you're running towards the warning track on an angle, it's hard to time your steps. A lot of times they judge their steps as they are running straight through it.
Jonathan VR with one out. Playing in the 8th inning in Miami, the Marlins lead the Diamondbacks 3-0, and Edinson Volquez has a no-hitter going. And the Rockies are getting angry with the Padres. It's 10-1 Colorado.
Volquez's pitch count is well under control. Only 86 pitches. He's thrown 55 strikes there. The curveball and the changeup are working very well with his fastball today.
Meanwhile, Hatcher. Changeup, 1-2.
Once you grab the lead, and then there's this kind of lighting out there as a staff for the Dodgers. Advantage defense. Now the hitter is encompassed in the shadow and the pitcher is in the sunlight. That'll be that way for another 15 minutes or so.
That is the 9th strikeout for the Brewers today, and that's the first for Hatcher, 2nd out of the 6th.
Outstanding split finger from Chris Hatcher right here. He continues to grow as a pitcher, mixing his pitches very well. He and Pedro Baez have really had their secondary stuff come along. Josh Fields and Grant Dayton have learned how to throw the curveball for a strike, which has helped them, and Pedro and Chris Hatcher have brought along the breaking ball and the changeup.
Arcia swings and misses, 0-1. So the Rockies are rolling over San Diego 10-1 at Petco, 8th inning. And the Dodgers leading it here 4-3, 2 out in the bottom of the 6th. And the Brewers, who strike out more than anybody else, not getting any help from either Hatcher or the shadows. Arcia 1 for 2. Hatcher, like Kenley Jansen, were catchers originally. Baez was a third baseman. One ball and 2 strikes to Orlando Arcia. Arcia got off to a slow start, but has hit well. 12 of his last 13 games. But has been struck out by Hatcher, who retires the Brewers perfectly in the 6th. We head to the 7th. Dodgers 4-3. Yasiel Puig's RBI single in the 6th, the difference in the game. Dodgers lead it 4-3. Eric Sogard injected into the game from Milwaukee at short, part of a double switch, and here is Willie Peralta making his 13th appearance of the year. As we suggested earlier, and the wonderful phrase about the soft underbelly of a pitching staff, that certainly has been the case with Milwaukee. I remember Gene Michael, 30 years ago, first time I heard that phrase. That was the game plan. Get to the middle relievers, and if you can, you can beat the other guys. And the Dodgers were trailing until they scored 2 in the top half of the 6th, and they get a couple of runs off Hughes, and now it's Peralta. Jared Hughes, 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 2 runs. Seager leading it off, and there's a strike, 0-1. Seager, Grandal, and Gonzalez here in the 7th. The 7th inning has turned out to be quite the borderline for the Dodgers this year. When they lead after 7, they're 30-3.
It's a tip of the cap to the bullpen, who is the #1 bullpen in the National League.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Corey Seager. He's walked twice and scored a run. Well, how the game has now evolved, where bullpens become so vitally important. The 7th inning might as well be the 9th inning. For instance, Milwaukee, when they lead after 7, they're 26-3. When they trail after 7, 1-18. And Romo, Jansen, and Baez. All three have been terrific. Kemley has been historically good. 3-2 to Seager beginning the 7th.
If you're ahead after the 7th, or even going into the 7th, you're going to get the best of the best if you're on offense trying to catch up.
Seager whacks it foul, and Chris Woodward got out of the way.
Might want to add some ear flaps to that helmet, Chris.
Woody. Seager leading off the 7th. He's walked twice. And we'll see another pitch. Seager 276, 7 home runs and 24 runs batted in, leading off the top of the 7th. Deep down the left field line, slicing toward the corner. Missed it by that much.
Ball just barely curves foul. It's hit a long way, Corey, for the opposite field line.
The unanimous selection as National League Rookie of the Year last year. This one into short left. Perez makes a catch, first out of the 7th.
Well, Charlie, Edison Volquez is 1 out away. Ooh. He has 95 pitches. He is well in hand. They're up 3-0.
How many walks?
I have the box score in front of me. I'm watching him on pitch track. 2 walks.
2 walks. All right. Well, the Dodgers have the chance to pick up a full game on Arizona, but it's not going to happen with the Rockies, who are just trouncing the Padres 10-1 in the 8th inning in San Diego. Grandal is 0 for 3. He fouls it off the fist. That'll sting the thumbs.
Chris Owings is between Volquez and his no-hitter right now in an 0-1 count.
The Diamondbacks are another team that tends to strike out a lot, but boy, they sure can hit. Grandal on a high fastball down on strikes. Second out of the 7th.
This is up the ladder. Real hard to get your hands up that high, and if you can't get your hands up that high, you're not going to reach it because the barrel is below your hands. And Edison Volquez has done it.
Congratulations to Edinson Volquez. The Marlins have had a very long year, but today they can feel a little better about themselves. Volquez a no-hitter. 3-0 over the Diamondbacks.
Yep, takes those Diamondbacks down a notch for the Dodgers. What is it you say? Send him a fruitcake?
A little plant, a little thank you very much. Gonzalez fouls it off to the left. And it's 1-1. It's been a long year in Miami. Of course, the passing of Jose Fernandez. They've had a ton of injuries. The team is going through a sale. And frankly, when they came in to see the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium a couple of weeks ago, they were not playing well, as Gonzalez fouls it off his foot. So they get some good news today on the no-hitter. This is the end.
Better make sure he threw him out at first, Edison. You're not watching, but that was the 6th no-hitter in Marlin history. Fantastic moment for any organization, especially for the pitcher.
1-2. Gonzalez to left. In and over is Perez, battling the sun every step of the way. No runs, no hits. 7th inning stretch. Dodgers 4 and the Brewers 3. Chris Hatcher, who got through the 6th inning with the greatest of ease. 12 pitches, 9 for strikes, out to pitch the 7th inning. And he'll be facing Eric Sogard, Keon Broxton, and Domingo Santana. Sogard was called up 3 weeks ago yesterday, and in spot duties hitting .410. Came in part of a double switch, and this is his first at bat of the day. Takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Sogard with Keon Broxton and Domingo Santana to bat in the 7th. Fastball for a strike. That may have been a frame strike.
It was definitely well caught. Chris Hatcher really mixing up his arsenal as far as not relying on the heavy fastball. Last inning threw an awful lot of breaking balls and change ups. Now starting him off with 2 fastballs. Make that 3.
Hill went 4, Stripling 1, and Hatcher beginning his 2nd inning of relief. Eric Sogard, a veteran, while he's a part-time player, talking to the Brewer people, he has assimilated into that clubhouse and has quietly become an experienced leader. But this is a very young team. 3-2.
You get ahead 0-2 and leadoff hitter, 1-run lead in the 7th. If you're Chris Hatcher, you don't want to walk him, especially coming from an 0-2 count.
Sogard leading off the 7th. And Hatcher lost it. Now look at our game summary brought to you by Morongo Casino. That's Jesus Aguilar. Well, about 6'5" and 250. He'd be in the middle of everything today, including the middle of Matt Garza's chest on a play at first base. That would force Garza out of the game. And when the Dodgers were down a run in the 6th, Yasiel Puig on his 4th anniversary in the big leagues came up with an RBI single. That's the difference in the game. Dodgers 4-3. So the leadoff walk. Keon Broxton's coming up. Broxton 0 for 2, a walk and a run scored. Dodger bullpen for the moment. Quiet.
Be careful on the first pitch here. A very aggressive hitter. You just can't throw some get me over fastball to this young man. Good spot right there. Fastball up and in. Yasmani did not want to strike. He wanted it up, knowing about his aggressiveness. Chris hit the target.
Broxton lined a double to begin the game last night in the bottom of the 1st off Kershaw. I mean, he laced one into the corner. And then after that, 0 for 4 and 3 strikeouts. Broxton leads the league in a category he'd rather not. Strikeouts, 74. Domingo Santana is on deck. Remember, the Brewers are without Ryan Braun and will be for another week or two. Quick toss and a quick slap tag and a very close play at first.
Adrian yelled to Chris Hatcher to take a moment between pitches as Dave Roberts gets the info from the video replay to see if they wanted to challenge, and they said play on.
No balls and a strike beginning the bottom of the 7th. Did he go around? No. That's the crew chief, first base umpire Sam Holbrook. We'll be calling balls and strikes tomorrow. Sogard can run, but in this 1-run game, and as great as Grandal's throwing arm has been this year, there's a lot of risk reward there. Been more risk than reward. But on the other hand, facing the Dodger bullpen, try to do what you can. Fancy footwear for Eric Sogard, if nothing else.
Strikeout victim at the plate. Somebody who strikes out an awful lot. It's all about the stolen base, not a hit and run or being protected by the hitter.
Into right center. Taylor going back. Puig coming over, and Taylor makes the catch. That was nearly a disaster.
Chris didn't get the best read or the best route on it, and I think Yasiel, noticing that out of the corner of his eye, said, I've got to get over there in a hurry to help him out. You watch Chris go back, and now he's going to come back in, and Yasiel's like, oh, okay, he does have it. I'll get out of the way. But this could have been another collision we've had in the game. Boy, that ball rang around in his glove a little bit, too.
Although the sun out there, Puig was like a moving eclipse. Santana takes a strike. It's 0-1. It rained until about an hour before game time today. And they opened the roof, let the sunshine in. Santana's doubled, scored a run in 3 at-bats. Dodgers are preoccupied with Eric Sogard at first base.
It's a good idea to keep him close, but it's also a good idea that once you've done that job, to really concentrate on the hitter. Santana was the reason yesterday that Clayton Kershaw almost got the L. He picked on a fastball of Clayton's and hit a home run. Yasmani Grandal rescued the whole team in the 9th to tie it up, and Cody Bellinger won it in the 12th. But Santana was the force. It looked like the game was going to go in the Brewers' favor.
Ball a strike, in and out. Aguilar's on deck. 2-1. Hatcher motored through the 6th inning, needing but 12 pitches. He's 13 pitches into the 7th. Sogard extending the lead. Missed most of last year with knee surgery. Until this year, his tour of duty had been exclusively in Oakland. Missing inside. Hatcher having his issues here in the 7th. Roberts trying to milk another inning out of him. Three and 2.
Good pitch, using the slider to get back in the count, in the 3-1 count. You don't want to just throw the get me over slider to Santana. He has kind of a slider speed bat, so you have to make it a good one. You're trying to fool him, but you don't want to leave that one on the inner half of the plate.
3 and 2 with 1 out. Will Sogard be running? Nope. Now it's first and second.
Couple of runners on from 2 free passes. One that started out with Sogard from an 0-2 count. Nobody to blame but yourself when you set the table. Now you've got to pitch out of a jam that you created if you're Chris Hatcher.
So a Summit on the mound. Jesus Aguilar coming up. Aguilar in the 3rd inning. And a look at the slow-mo with Kona replay.
Boy, it was a mistake from Rich Hill and not a mistake from Aguilar. He just crushed that ball. Every ounce of his body got into that one.
Now Honeycutt is out there, a 2nd meeting, and that will buy some time for Josh Fields. Dodgers lead at 4-3. There's Josh. He's another fireman who's done a great job for the Dodgers this year.
ERA under 1. Very, very consistent.
Travis Shaw on deck. A couple of walks have created some problems for Hatcher. Now finding the plate's becoming an issue.
Got to be confident in your stuff. If you're going to go down, keep it down around the knees. If you're going up, slightly above the waist. Got to stay away from that mid-thigh area with all your pitches.
29 pitches, 15 strikes, 14 balls, and 2 walks. And falling behind the powerful Aguilar with Travis Shaw on deck. Trouble in River City for Chris Hatcher.
He's avoiding the strike zone and seems to be trying to avoid the bat.
Sogard at second, a leadoff walk. Roxton flied to center. Santana walk, and Aguilar fouls it into the dirt.
Looks like they might have called a balk on Chris Hatcher. Second base umpire called a balk. Bob Guerin holding his hands up. And Wolf might have called him for not stopping. Now you can't argue a balk, but might ask for it to be explained what he called.
Jim Wolf called it, but he didn't stop.
Take a look. Chris Hatcher just kind of comes to his belt and bounces a little bit. Let's see what he does. Much came to a stop. It's an abrupt change of direction that looked like he rested a little bit. A lot of times with umpires, if you do something consistently, even if it's on the borderline, as long as you do it consistently, there's no problem. Dave Roberts does not like to call, and I don't either.
So second and third. 2 balls, no strikes. Dodgers are playing the infield back. In the dirt now, 3-0.
It's not a bad idea to just put him on, and if you want to change pitchers, you bring in Josh Fields with bases loaded, 1 out. Josh got an idea of striking somebody out. Dave Roberts not electing to go that way, but hopefully Chris Hatcher and Yasmani Grandal understand not to give in right here.
Hatcher 12 pitches in the 6th. This is going to be the 20th of the 7th. And he has dug himself a big hole. Aguilar 6'3" and a powerful 250-pound frame. It is 5th home run of the year, back in the 3rd, sitting on 3-0. And here comes the pitch. Hatcher has walked the bases loaded. And the Dodgers are going to make a double switch.
And a lot of frustrating things have happened in this game right now, or this inning in particular for Dave Roberts. You can tell from his tone and his body language he is not too happy. Not happy with Chris Hatcher, not happy with the balk call, and not happy with a lead where all of a sudden he is scrounging around to try and find outs.
And Josh Fields trying to save the day. The bases are loaded. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Dodgers nursing a 4-3 lead. Roberts. Brett Eibner off the bench on into left field. Cody Bellinger from left field to first base. Out of the game is Adrian Gonzalez. And now pitching is Josh Fields, inheriting a nasty piece of business. The bases are loaded with 1 out. 3 walks given up by Hatcher here in the 7th. But Fields has been terrific. Sogard, Santana, and Aguilar are the base runners. And the Dodger lead is 4-3. Travis Shaw is hitting. Shaw 1 for 2 and a walk today. Oh, biggest moment of the game to this point. No strikes. The Dodger bullpen has given up 2 runs in the last 35 2/3 innings. The lowest ERA in the league. But it was a tough afternoon for Hatcher. 2 balls, no strikes. Josh Fields has the 3rd lowest earned run average among qualifying National League relievers. Well, he's fallen behind 2-0. Hernan Perez on deck. Drill to right. Back goes Puig. Gone, a grand slam. Travis Shaw. Seven to 4 Milwaukee.
Fastball right down the middle. Have to attack after falling behind 2-0. Chris Hatcher set the table with the 3 walks, and Travis Shaw clears the table. He's now 2 for 2 in his career off of Josh Fields. 1 for 1 coming into that bat, and that added on an awful lot to those stats.
Hernan Perez takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, the wheels came off the buggy in a hurry. Perez with a fly ball to left, and they're going crazy in Milwaukee. Grand slam, and then back-to-back Hernan Perez.
These Brewers are taking it slow around the bases and take it slow with Kona right here. Got some aggressive young men swings. A little bit of showing off after they've hit them, but boy, they've hit them a long way.
It's now 8-4. Jet Bandy takes a strike. Big crowd here at Miller Park, 34,354, and they are delirious. And so is Hernan Perez. Shaw's 10th home run now has 40 runs batted in. Perez with his home run has 6 home runs and 24 runs batted in. Dodgers were enjoying a Saturday afternoon drive until suddenly there was a blowout.
Their drive turned into a walk, and those walks turned into scoring. There's no defense for those walks, and then all of a sudden the big flies come. And they came because they fall behind in the count.
Tough day at the office for the Dodger bullpen, which has been the best in the league. Hernan Perez with a home run. Next to him, Jesus Aguilar. He hit one in the third. And Travis Shaw with the grand slam. A 5-run seventh inning. To right. Puig going back. He'll track it down.
Well, brought them to their feet again. The fans cheering with their heart and their eyes. They've seen 2 home runs already this inning. One's a grand slam. This long fly ball made them think again.
Here's Jonathan Villar. Over 2 and a walk. Villar fouls it back just beneath us, and it's 0-1. Well, with a 4-run lead and a 5-run seventh for Milwaukee, Craig Counsell has Willie Peralta to bat for himself. Three walks given up by Chris Hatcher. Josh Fields comes in, and Travis Shaw lines a grand slam home run over the wall in right. And that one is hit hard to the left. And after the Shaw grand slam, Hernan Perez with a home run to left. Just below Bernie Brewer's perch. Brewer has had a busy afternoon sliding down. There's Bernie. What do you do for a living? I'm Bernie Brewer. Nice slide down after home runs. Inside a hot mascot uniform, the sun burning down.
And he's got the last bit of the sun up there.
That is really high up there.
I've been up there once.
Me too.
I've slid down the slide.
Me too. Once, and that was more than enough. When I was a younger man. He just paces back and forth all day. How does he ask for a raise?
I think he probably just gets paid by the hour.
Well, with pace of play.
What's your training? Well,
I pace. That's pace of play.
Pace back and forth, and I slide down the slide. boy.
There we go. VR will get another pitch. Hooray!
The Rockies have beat the Padres 10-1. So scores hold. The Dodgers will slip out of first.
Utley with the underhanded flip. And finally, the nightmarish 7th inning comes to an end. The Brewers come up with 5. A grand slam for Shaw. Hernan Perez a home run. 8-4 as we go to the 8th. Episode of Backstage Dodgers, where you can get to know the Dodgers AAA team, the Oklahoma City Dodgers, plus go behind the scenes when this man, Grant Dayton, got the call up to the majors. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, presented by Hankook Tires, Friday after the postgame here on Sportsnet LA. Willie Peralta now has an 8-4 lead to work with, as Bellinger leads off in the 8th. Dodgers have a big mountain to scale, trailing by 4 heading into the 8th. The Dodgers this year, when trailing after 7, are just 2 and 17. Bellinger takes a strike. It's 0-1. He's 1 for 3 and 2 stolen bases today. Taylor on deck, Kike Hernandez to follow. The shift on the right side of the infield for Cody Bellinger. The ball on a strike.
Predominantly fastball slider from Peralta. He can get it up to about 97, 98 miles an hour on a good day.
Right now for the Brewers, it's been a good day. From short right field, VR throws out Bellinger, first out of the 8th. Willie Peralta is a Brewers lifer. He came up in 2012. .61 and 262. .18 career earned run average. Now Chris Taylor, 1 for 2, a walk, and a couple of stolen bases today. Dodgers split 4 in St. Louis. And barring a late dramatic comeback on this Saturday afternoon, the rubber game of the 3-game series with the Brewers tomorrow. Nothing in 2 to Chris Taylor. Hitting a solid .317, 6 home runs, and 19 runs batted in. Outside.
Kenta Maeda against Zach Davies tomorrow. Kenta is 4-2 with a 5.21, and Zach Davies is 5-3 with a 5.18. Those ERAs would tell you, Charlie, with this ballpark, the way it gives up runs, and those pitchers have not been the best at eliminating runs, it might be a high-scoring game tomorrow. Miller Park has reached its norm and surpassed it. It averages 10.69 runs per game in a combined fashion.
Into right. That's a base hit. That's at least a double for Chris Taylor. And he'll hold there. With 1 out and trailing by 4, there is no room to gamble.
Nice job getting on top of that high fastball. Hits it where it's pitched. High and away pitch. Creates the bat speed. Stays inside it. Keeps it fair. Chris Taylor continues to impress in everything that he does, from running the bases, stole third, hitting, and playing a lot of positions.
Did you notice how when he busted out of the box, how he was gritting his teeth? I mean, he just step 1. And another double for the Dodgers for Taylor, his 8th. Dodgers lead the league in 2 base hits. Bandy can't find it, so Taylor will go to 3rd.
Down by 4, man on second, 1 out, and he is not lackadaisical. Good secondary lead, sees the ball get away, the angle away from third base, so he scampers on over there.
He also could see that Bandy couldn't see the ball at his feet. Kike starting at third base this afternoon. Slight groin issue for Logan Forsythe. As Hernandez takes outside, 2-0. Yasiel Puig on deck. Outside.
Not sure Kike will get the green light right here. Not down by 4. He had it first and second 2 at bats ago with no outs.
He takes a strike. 3-1. Carlos Torres, who pitched a shutout inning against the Dodgers last night, is now warming up in the Milwaukee bullpen. Now the Dodgers now 1st and 3rd with 1 out.
Right, any way you can here in the 8th or in the 9th to bring the tying run to the plate. And now it's at least in the on deck circle.
Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, has been very busy this afternoon for the Brewers. Puig on deck, and then Eibner to follow.
Giving the bullpen a little bit of time. Make sure they're loose with the 4-run lead. Torres is almost hot.
Yasiel Puig 1 for 2 and an RBI. Puig is now tied with Cody Bellinger for the team lead with 30 runs batted in.
He's kind of the sneak attack guy. Hits down at the bottom of the order, but hits for power, drives in runs. Dave Roberts likes him down there to extend the lineup and also to let Yasiel relax and still continue to work on his potential as a hitter. Seems to come out of his game when he hits more near the top of the order or the middle of the order in what would be considered key situations, key placement in the order. Seems to relax a little bit more down here in the 7 and 8 hole.
There's a strike. Puig didn't think so, but it doesn't get a vote.
That ball is away. Take a look at pitch cast. Really not even close.
Puig 233 with runners in scoring position. Now 1 and 2. Puig still miffed about the previous pitch.
Well, this ball's away that he swings and misses at because he had to cover for the other pitch and expand the strike zone. Not the pitcher doing it, but the umpire.
To short. Oh, look at that play at shortstop by Sogard. Taylor comes in to score. Puig is robbed of a hit, but is now 8-5.
A nice play right here. 2 hopper or so right there, and you're not going to turn 2 on Yasiel, but you can rob him of a hit because of that play. They've had some fancy leather at shortstop here today. Arcia and now Sogard.
And Brett Eibner coming up. If he doesn't make the play, Eibner's a tying run at the plate. Swing and a miss, nothing in 1. Utley on deck. Eibner started in center field last night. Takes outside.
Make it very interesting if he could hit one out of here.
It's like Brandon Morrow is now warming in the Dodger pen. Two balls and a strike to Brett Eibner. Here's Morrow, and he's thrown well since he's been called up. Well, today Hatcher and Fields struggled in a 5-run 7th inning. Eibner takes a strike, and it's 2-2. Dodger bullpen, which has been the best in the league, today has been wobbled. Puig goes. Check swing. Puig with a stolen base, and now it's 3-2.
Ciel gets a good jump. Boy, there's going to be no chance with a breaking ball away to get him with that jump.
So now a full count to Eibner. And a ground ball in the hole at short. Sogard gets him by a step. And that is going to end the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 left. 8-5 Brewers. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers, comes your way. John, Jerry, and Ned break this one down. A game in which neither starter went past the 4th inning, and so far it's been one big inning that's made the difference, guys.
Well, a 5-run 7th, Alana. 3 walks given up by Chris Hatcher. And then Josh Fields came in and served up a grand slam to Travis Shaw, who now has 10 home runs and 40 runs batted in. And right after that, Hernan Perez hit a home run. And so the Dodgers, who had that 4-3 lead into the bottom half of the 7th, get knocked down. Now, whether or not they're knocked out, got another inning to figure that part out. Here's Brandon Morrow, 4th reliever of the day. Hill struggled, Stripling, no runs and a hit in his 1 inning of work. And then Hatcher and Fields. Throwing right-hander Brandon Morrow on a roll. Eric Thames is pinch hitting. What a story he was in April. Riding high in April, shot down in May. Hit .345 in April, 11 home runs. In May, .221 and 3 home runs. Spending 3 years in Korea. Spent 2 years at Pepperdine.
When he was in Korea, he really learned a very good eye.
Pinch hitting for Willie Peralta, who went 2 innings, gave up a run and a hit. Morrow on 1 and 2. 97.
Brandon has given up a whole lot of nothing since being called up. Had an out in his contract that if he wasn't in the big leagues with the Dodgers by June 1st, he'd have an opportunity to become a free agent. Dodgers got him up here right very close to that date.
Thames is down on strikes. First out of the bottom of the 8th. Sogard, who began the 7th inning with a walk. And that would open the door to a 5-run 7th inning.
Very disappointing for the Dodgers and for Chris Hatcher, because he had him in an 0-2 count before Sogard worked it back to the walk.
And Hatcher in the 6th inning retired the Brewers in order with 2 strikeouts. Morrow's 4th appearance, 4 strikeouts, no walks. And it's 0-2 to Eric Sogard. Morrow came up with Seattle in 2007, and then to Toronto and San Diego, and fitting in well into the Dodger bullpen. He can bring it in a hurry. That one high and away. Looking ahead to the Dodger 9th, it'll be the top of the order: Utley, Seager, and Grandal. Well, Morrow has faced 2 and struck out 2.
This was a high cut fastball. Could have even been a slider that he really got up there.
That seems to be the target of choice for the Dodger bullpen. The upper end of the strike zone.
They don't mind pitching there, and that was the 11th strikeout of the day for the Brewers. Or on the other side for the Dodger pitching staff.
Well, they're not even halfway to last night. We saw National League record 26 strikeouts by Dodger pitching. That tied a Major League record. Broxton 0 for 3 and a walk. Well, he is now 1 for 4. And even as fast as Broxton is, he's not going to test Puig's arm.
So many different reasons that people don't run on Yasiel, and one is his foot speed. When he gets to the ball, it is much quicker than others. And then, of course, the arm is a rocket. And then the arm is also very accurate. It's probably the most accurate arm in the outfield in the big leagues. And it's not just when he is in perfect position. Those twirling throws. It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. He knows exactly where the bases are.
There aren't many game-changing outfielders in the game defensively. Puig is one. Occasionally center fielders and Walls come out on the short end, but you don't run on them. The way great catchers keep base stealers, would-be base stealers, from trying. Eight runs, 7 hits for the Brewers, 5 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. Broxton has stolen 10 out of 15. And Santana 1 for 3, 2 runs scored. Carlos Sabero is the first base coach for Milwaukee. Two balls and no strikes. Jesus Aguilar who homered back in the third, is on deck. 2-1. Thirty-two-year-old Brandon Morrow set at the belt. Now the pitch. It's 2-2. Brandon Morrow, when he was 18, diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and he has been active and an advocate in the community. Roxter is off and running, and he'll have to return. Domingo Santana with 9 home runs and 30 runs batted in. 2-2 with 2 out. Is back.
Proving that he would run in this situation on the last pitch, making sure that you keep him close here.
Two and two with 2 out. There he goes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Morrow strikes out the side. Last licks for the Dodgers. We go to the top of the 9th. 8-5. When it comes to selfies, join us on Tuesday night when the Nationals come into town and the first 40,000 fans receive a Justin Turner bobblehead. Then complete the set with an Adrian Gonzalez bobblehead during Game 2 of the bobbleheader on September the 6th. Both presented by State Farm. Visit Dodgers.com/promotions. There's Justin Turner. The Dodgers are hoping he's maybe 10 days away. Anytime sooner than that, they'll feel pretty good about themselves. Carlos Torres will pitch the 9th.
It is a save situation. Knebel could not get the job done yesterday. The Yasmani Grandal home run that tied it in the 9th off of him, and then Cody Bellinger won it. So Torres getting an opportunity here on the 2nd night against the Dodgers to have a shot at him.
Torres pitched a perfect 11th inning last night, needing just 10 pitches along the way. Well, the Brewers have been struck out 13 times today, or 39 times in the last 2 games. Wow. Chase Utley 1 for 4. Takes a strike and it's 0-1. Utley just fouled.
Well, the first goal is to get the tying run to the plate. Chase Utley, to do that, needs to try and get on. Doing it from an 0-2 hole.
Seager and then Grandal. And then a pinch hitter for Morrow. The Dodgers are down to Logan Forsythe and Austin Barnes. And Forsythe sitting it out today because his groin muscles a bit tight. Right into and out of the glove of VR. Utley stopped in his tracks figuring, well, I'm done. And then all of a sudden VR dropped it. And then Chase went into second gear.
He hits this as a bullet. He's still in the batter's box when it hits the glove, but VR missed it. Torres shaking his head at himself, not his second baseman.
Now Seager takes outside and high. 1 ball, no strikes.
Pitcher's a little frustrated when you have an 0-2 count and you give up a ball that hit that hard.
Seager 0 for 2 and a couple of walks today. Two balls and no strikes.
I guess that scored 4-3 on a line. It's not a ground ball out.
It's just 4-3. And then of course now the shift is on. And that's when it gets confusing, when the third baseman is on the second base side.
That's when you get the @ sign out.
Grandal on deck. Dodgers down to their final 2 outs, and Seager, who's walked twice today. Takes a 4-pitch walk.
Extreme patience shown by Corey Seager today. Started to really swing a hot bat, but took his walks.
Seager has walked now 35 times this year. Grandal stepping in. Nothing in 1. Paul Goldschmidt and Joey Votto lead the league with 40 walks apiece. And now Seager's got 35. Aguilar throws to second base and hits Seager in the back, and the Dodgers get a break. Aguilar's wise play would have just stepped on the bag, and you're 1 out away from a win. Now the tying run comes to the plate.
Not a real smart play at all. Just record outs when you've got a 3-run lead in the 9th, already have 1 out. I do not understand that play at all.
In the 9th inning, you're buying outs. Craig Counsell. Nothing he can do about it. And here is Austin Barnes. Pinch hitting for Morrow. In the hole, into left field for a base hit. Seager will be held. The Dodgers now have the bases loaded. And 1 out in the 9th. So Barnes with a pinch hit single to left.
Brewers have booted around in another inning here, and the Dodgers didn't capitalize, but here they still have a chance and they are alive. Not only is the tying run come to the plate, the tying run is now at first.
And Bellinger has a chance to be a hero. Austin Barnes comes through. Dodger pinch hitting all season has been great, collectively hitting .289. Bellinger is 1 for 3.
His 12 home runs, Charlie, 8 of them have come from the 7th inning and after. So he has been very clutch with the long ball.
Including last night. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Last night in the 12th. Bellinger's one of those guys where the ball hits the bat and it sounds different. One ball, no strikes. He's the lead run at the plate. Seager's at third, Grandal at second, Austin Barnes at first. Two balls and no strikes. Chris Taylor is on deck. A walk, an error, a pinch hit for Barnes. He's at first. 1 out in the 9th. Torres, the 5th Brewer pitcher of the day. Now 3-0.
Definitely not a lot of commitment from Torres to throw strikes to Bellinger. His act at the plate has been seen, and opposing pitchers do not like it.
And nobody at work in the Brewer bullpen.
He will be green lighted.
Taking all the way. 3-1. Cody Bellinger. 12 home runs, 30 runs batted in. 1 out in the 9th. It is now 3-2. Bellinger 263 with runners in scoring position, and 2 for 7 with the bases loaded. 3-2. Torres set. Pop foul over our heads.
He had one to hit right there. They wanted the ball inside because they think even if he gets the barrel on, he'll pull it foul. It is right down the middle.
So we'll do it again. A 5-run 7th inning for the Brewers. The Dodgers are running the 8th. And now Bellinger, the lead run at the plate. Takes high. It's now 8-6. In comes Seager. Grandal to third. Barnes to second. Bellinger to first. Taylor coming up. And a very busy Derek Johnson, the pitching coach, coming out for Milwaukee. And Seager congratulated.
We watched 3 walks in the 7th by the Dodgers, hurt them, and now here a couple of walks in the 9th that are starting to hurt the Brewers, and the Dodgers push the tying run to second base.
Craig Counsell has decided he's going to win it or lose it with Carlos Torres. Corey Knebel pitched 23 pitches last night, gave up the home run to Grandal. And now here's Taylor. 2 for 3 and a walk. Takes low and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Taylor 226 with runners in scoring position. Has 1 hit and 1 at bat with the bases loaded as he fouls it back. And it's 1-1. Two career grand slams. One of them this year. Ball, a strike, in and out. Strike on the outside corner at the knees, and it's 1-2. Taylor in the 8th doubled and would score a run.
Just an absolutely perfect pitch.
Grandal, Barnes, and Bellinger the runners. 2-2. 3 walks and a grand slam for the Brewers in the 7th. Turn the game around. Now the Dodgers have walked twice here in the 9th. Have a run in. And it's 8-6 Milwaukee. To center field. Broxton's going back. Way back. And it's a grand slam home run. Chris Taylor. The Dodgers are back from the dead and lead it 10-8. His 2nd grand slam of the year.
This is his best bolt of the year also. He's had home runs, but this ball is absolutely crushed to center field. It's a line drive. It was hard to call a home run right off the bat because it's hit so low, but he absolutely killed that ball.
And now Kike Hernandez tries to bunt and is thrown out.
Yasiel Puig knew it right away. Bellinger, ball sound different off the bat, and Taylor's are starting to have the same sound.
The Dodgers with 5 in the 9th lead it 10-8.
They had the same amount of hits as Milwaukee, but not as many runs. Now they've got 2 more hits. And Milwaukee's error this inning really hurt him at first base. That seemed to turn the whole inning.
Kenley Jansen didn't think he'd be working about 20 minutes ago.
The offense in the past has taken saves away from Kenley because they've attacked on runs. Now today they've given him a chance for a save.
Up the middle. Puig beats the throw.
Yasiel with his 2nd hit of the day. And walked intentionally, reached on a fielder's choice and a pop-up, and this one, that base hit up the middle with his wheels. He has shown those off in right field, shown those off right here on this one. Hitters can smell it, and hopefully he's okay.
Pulled up a bit lame crossing first base. And now Brett Eibel. In the 7th inning, when Travis Shaw hit the grand slam, it sounded like New Year's Eve here at Miller Park. Now it sounds like the library.
Chris Taylor's ball, that grand slam, 106 miles an hour off the bat, went 430 feet.
Now Puig is off and running and stealing second base. Puig's second steal of the day.
We thought Yasiel might have hurt himself a little bit at first base, but I guess not at all when he's off and running here. Did he come off the base? VR wants him to take a look in the Milwaukee bench at the television replay. The hand dragging across the bag, and when it is removed, maybe the foot is finally still on there.
Pat Murphy on the phone to his tape room. And so they're going to ask for a replay. The Dodgers, with this dramatic comeback, 5 runs in the 9th.
Yasiel definitely beat the throw down there, but did he stay on the bag? That's the thing to look for. Watch, the hand gets in easily there, and he's still there, and the hand is dragging across, and by the time it leaves, the foot is on. I think he's going to stay safe.
This mini aspect of the game.
Might be looking at the beginning of this play right there as the glove reaches Yasiel's thigh. Does it touch his thigh before his left hand touches the bag? Because the right hand actually goes to the right field side of the bag and is not touching it yet.
So that's Sam Holbrook with the glasses and Jim Wolf looking at the scoreboard, seeing what we see, what you saw. Safe.
What a comeback by the Dodgers. What a comeback. A game that felt like it was going to be such a disappointment. Giving it away with the walks. Grand slam on the Milwaukee side, but for them to come off the deck here in the 9th. Actually set the table in the 8th. Couldn't finish the deal, but here in the 9th, they have definitely done the job.
Dodgers broke some records with their arms yesterday and broke some records today with their legs. Eibler foul tips it and gets a piece of bandy. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. What a day for Jesus Aguilar. It's a home run in the 3rd. And then on a play in the 4th, he collides with Matt Garza. Garza injures his arm, shoulder, chest, has to come out of the game. And then he's got an easy play here in the 9th. All he had to do is step on the bag at first. Instead, he threw to second to try to get a force out on Seager and hit him in the back. That would open the door, and since then, Barnes a pinch hit, Bellinger a walk, and Taylor the grand slam. So the Dodgers lead it 10-8, having scored a run in the 8th and 5 here in the 9th.
Milwaukee has shown their genuine exuberance when they've done something well, and sometimes a little bit over the top. VR or the home runs, the grand slams, a little bit of the bat flips, a little just over the top stuff that is not quite as professional as you might like, especially when it comes to the details of the game. And I think that's what happened there at first base.
8 life grand for Chris Taylor. Into the batter's eye. The Dodgers take a 2-run lead to the bottom of the 9th. Chris Taylor, his 3rd career grand slam, 2nd of the year. Dodgers coming from behind with 5 runs in the 9th after scoring a run in the 8th, leading it 10-8. And here is Kenley Jansen in search of his 9th save of the year. Of course, look at the second from the bottom. 39 strikeouts, no walks. Nobody has ever started a season like that before in history.
Surpassing Adam Wainwright, who was the holder of that record, but now Kenley is, and it's 197 saves, going for 198. Commemorating his 200th save in the big leagues sometime in the next homestand, hopefully.
Well, in May, Jansen had as many hits as he had saves. 1. And here's Aguilar, who is wearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. His error, with 1 out in the 9th, opened the door, and the Dodgers burst through it. No balls and 2 strikes.
Kenley throws 75% strikes, and 60% of the right-handed hitters he has faced this year have struck out.
So you don't like Aguilar's chances here?
Unheard of numbers. He and Clayton do some things that just nobody else can do. All strikes in this inning, 3 for 3. Because of that foul ball, cannot have the immaculate inning, which is 9 strikes and 3 strikeouts.
At this point, he'll be happy with 3 outs
before they score any.
0-2 to Jesus Aguilar. That's 40 strikeouts without a walk for Kenley Jansen.
He does it with the slider. He doesn't go with the patented cut fastball. Mixing it up here today. This slider is absolutely unhittable when the hitters have to stay on his cutter, which is almost impossible to hit by itself. Add another pitch and you make people look foolish.
Dodgers 2 outs away from their 35th win. And they'll remain a half a game in front of Colorado. The Rockies routed the Padres this afternoon. Edinson Volquez no hit the Diamondbacks in Miami today. There's the strike. One ball, 1 strike to Travis Shaw. Breaks his bat. Seager, the bare hand's not going to make the play. Well, they have kindling for a campfire tonight. And Shaw is aboard.
Well, Milwaukee has done what the Dodgers tried to do last inning, which was to bring the tying run to the plate, and this little blooper, he hit it about 90 feet.
Now Hernan Perez coming up. Dodgers this year, trailing after 8, were 3-19. So they're looking for their 4th win. And that one's well hit to left. But there is Eibner. 2 out.
Top spin on that line drive that brought the ball down to Eibner.
Now here's Jet Bandy. Oh, it's been a long afternoon for Jesus Aguilar. It started out great. The home run in the third. But then he collides with Matt Garza. Garza has to come out of the game. And then in the ninth, ground ball to Aguilar with Seager at first and one out. All they had to do was step on the bag. At that point, the Dodgers were trailing big. Go for the second out. Instead, he threw to second base, hit Seager in the back. And then the Dodgers were back in business. Bandy 0 for 3 and a walk. Takes a strike. And it's 0-1. This game reminds me of the Dodger game with Colorado a few years back when Alex Guerrero hit the pinch hit grand slam in the ninth inning.
Toles had a grand slam in Colorado last year. Come back.
But the Dodgers were down about as big in Colorado when Guerrero was the biggest hit of his brief Dodger career. I believe they scored 5 runs in the ninth in that game too. So now it's 0-2 to Bandy. 2 out in the ninth. Dodgers 10-8. We'll do it again. Jonathan VR is on deck. No balls and 2 strikes to Jet Bandy. And we'll do it again. Bandy 6 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Jansen on 0-2. In the dirt. Did he go around? No, he didn't. Shaw takes second base on defensive indifference. Sam Holbrook got it right. One ball and 2 strikes. Dodgers 10-8. A 5-run ninth. Jansen's 14th pitch. Bandy steps out for a moment. One ball, 2 strikes. Bandy will not go quietly into this good night.
As disappointing as the split in St. Louis was after winning the first 2, this game will make this road trip feel really good with a chance to sweep the Brewers tomorrow if they can get one more strike.
1-2 to Bandy. Shaw's at second. And now Kenley Jansen wants to chat and get on the same page with Yasmani Grandal.
This might not be about pitch selection as much as target. Maybe he says, you know, let's throw the slider in the dirt, but I want you to give me the high target like we're going upstairs with the fastball. Or he might do the reverse. With a man on second now, do everything you can to possibly put out some disinformation. No sign at all.
A ball and 2 strikes. Into center. And a tailor-made come-from-behind win for the Dodgers. Chris Taylor, a grand slam in the 9th. Dodgers score 5 in the top half. Kenley Jansen records the save, and the Dodgers come from behind and beat the Brewers 10-8. Well, the Lexus player of the game, who else? In the 9th inning, the Dodgers, on an error, couple of walks, score 5 and beat the Brewers 10-8. What a come-from-behind win for the Dodgers, who improved their record to 35-22. That's a wrap for us from Miller Park in Milwaukee. For Oral Hershiser, Alana Rizzo, and our entire crew,